Dude, I didn't even start stream. What do you mean you started gambling before I started stream? I didn't even... What? What do you mean? What the heck? Saturday Night Hamster? Indeed, indeed. Let me see. I don't know. Should be good. It should be good. My voice may die, but like that's okay, cause I need to save my weird girl adventure game assistant. I need to save her. Ooh. Morning, boss. How's it going? It's morning for you? Really? Whoa. Teehee. Hello. Hello. Hey. Where am I? I got some water. And I'm not gonna lie, I went out with my sister earlier, and it's gonna take a while for me to finish this green smoothie. So I have water and this green smoothie and half of an energy drink that she didn't finish. No, I finished it already, okay. Unless I drink that, hold on. Okay, yeah, that's empty as fuck! Put that there. So yeah, I have this green smoothie thing. Yummy, yummy. I don't know what's in it. I just know it's green. And yummy. No, it's too tangy to be matcha. It's definitely not matcha. Yeah, it's like superfoods and greens and shit. Kale, spinach, mint. Pineapple juice, maybe. Yeah. Mangoes, no. Apple juice, maybe. Pineapple, apple, I don't know. Me creator! Hold on, we're taking a detour. Taking a detour of sorts? That's not correct. Let's just, let's just do this real quick. Cause why the fuck not? Right? Are you gonna make a me? Yes! Create me from scratch. Yes. Holy shit. I'm round. I'm small and round. I have rosy apple cheeks. Like that. That's a good compromise between the two. And face paint is a custom property? Nah. 3D. Sorry, but you can't use this feature. That's okay. Wait, can you guys hear it? No, you can't hear it. There you go. Let's see. Let's see. This doesn't look like of the devil. Well, yeah. This was kind of a late waiting room, so I'm just gonna make my own me while I wait for people who might not have gotten a notification to trickle in, you know? Yeah, let me make a me. There should be like the fluffy short-haired one. I know it exists. It's somewhere here. This one? Oh, Where did she go? Why did the image break? Why did the image break? Come on. Why? They can't handle a girl with a bit of a tan on her. Oh my god. Oh my god. Okay, never mind. I guess I'm not making a me. Whatever. I guess it's facing heavy traffic because it went viral. Jamake, thank you, Zaw Twitter post. I thought this was a Gamba game. No, it's not. I was talking about you fucking gifting 5 memberships because Tremendous64 is still gray somehow. There were only 200 people watching me play this the first time around. So, and then there were like around that number gifted. Why the fuck is he still gray? Jesus, let me sip my smoothie. Oh, brother. Don't do this shit again. Don't do this shit again. Oh, God. Oh, God. Okay. Oh, he got it. Oh, he got it. Okay. Oh, thank you. Yay. Welcome, everyone. Woo. We did it. Now we never have to gamble again. Yay. Woo. Yes. Yes. I'm free. It only took him like 2 streams. Yay! Nice, nice, nice. Welcome, everyone, to my industries. He got the pity, yeah, sure. Hi. Hi. I love gambling. Gifts work on all 39K people? No way. That's a rare thank you, first try. Also, PayPal didn't work account because his account was too new. Also, LMAO. Good job, man. Good job. Hi. This is the most amount of greens I'm gonna have in like 2 weeks. Maybe 3. Hi. What the fuck did I just see? Anyways. Hi. Wait, why are you guys still gifting? Hello? I look away for 1 second. What do you mean you guys are still gifting? Thanks? Thank you? Welcome? Question mark? What? I'm perplexed. Put the fries in the bag. The bit is over. The bit is over. We have a case. Hi. We have a weird girl assistant to save from the clutches of the law, the justice system, and etc. I wonder how many you'd get if you did ASMR. Should we do a goal? Yeah, I'm not doing that. Hi. Stop! Stop dragging the bit on or I'll start growling is crazy. Bro, I started growling for real. I'm gonna cry. A goal to get Amy to eat more vegetables. I do ASMR and it's me chomping on carrots and other crunchy vegetables like celery I'm like, say ah, and then I ravish that shit straight into your left ear. Les, thank you. Come on. Hi. I'm muting myself. No more hi for the foreseeable future. Happy 7 months. The bit isn't over. Oh, I suppose I'm at the mercy of the lab hams. Is this guy drunk? Answer, thank you. Yes, goal. And add the ones from yesterday. Stinky, Fujo, Big Breasted, Hamta. You know, I would like to clarify. Japanese, those sites with the charts comparing Japanese cup sizes to American sizing, it's just not fucking accurate. It's not accurate. It's just not true. It's not fucking true. It's skewed. The data is skewed and I don't know how to correct it. You know, what are the chances I'm actually allergic to something in this shake? Cause like, my tongue is kind of getting like irritated. Anyways. Could be the pineapple, maybe. I said I was bigger than Dizzy, and yes, but like... my cup size... Dizzy has... No. Debbie, thank you. Have a good stream, boss. My headache hurt me a lot. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. Rest well, or whatever. Pineapple does irritate the tongue. I guess it is a pineapple. Fuck. I'll get over it. My tongue will be fine. Continue! Is it over? Okay, I'm unmuting the unmuting the Amy alerts. Yeah, and if you're planning on playing the game yourself, get the fuck out of here, thank you. Yay! Woohoo! Pineapple tenderizes the tongue. Oh, I am being eaten. Hold on, let me pop this out so I can have it on my monitor. Boom. Okay, yeah, my tongue is irritated. Alright. If the collar doesn't work, what good would a deadbolt do? Alright, our weird girl is collared and detained. Maybe it's just wishful thinking. Can't have Schrodinger's cat if the box is enclosed. So long as the door's locked, you can say whether there's a national crisis on the other side of it. So, how scared are they? The higher-ups? Not sure scared is the right word. It's just the two of us here, you don't have to mind their ego. Nah, I mean it. I think they're bloodthirsty. I have a right to defend myself, don't I? I doubt they're even looking at you, Tiger. It's Noble will be at the center of a bloodbath when the markets reopen tomorrow. You think they're gonna go after Noble? Break their monopoly? I think they want to take their monopoly. Nationalize the android industry? Whoa! Oh, brother! To transfer an industry from private to state control. The act of absorbing a corporation or industry into the nation's government, shifting authority and profits to the state, and restructuring the business model to function as a part of the bureaucracy. Nationalization is a so-called nuclear option for sovereign nations. It's mostly used as a threat, a tool of deterrence against corporate misconduct, monopolies, or corruption. However, during periods of severe economic depression or hyperinflation, nationalization is considered a valid way of forcefully stabilizing the market, even if doing so risks flaming the tempers of those who operate within it. Many governments made liberal use of nationalization during the late 2050s through the 2060s in an effort to keep energy and food prices from fluctuating out of control. The 2070s saw most of those countries reverse course. Industries were opened back up in a free auction model where every citizen was given a share to trade or sell as they pleased. But this contentious process was plagued by accusations of government corruption, cartel intimidation, and disinformation campaigns. The global trend back towards privatization gave rise to a new rich, sometimes derisively referred to as the neobility. I remember that one. Some liberal economists have since criticized this period of deregulation as being poorly planned and executed in haste, contributing to the record highs of wealth inequality we see today, leaving many governments loath to attempt nationalization again, and thus shifting the global balance of power further towards multinational corporations. Today, all 5 of the largest national economies in the world retain at least some control of what they each consider their respective countries' key industries, making the threat of nationalization carry marginally more weight within their borders. Oh dear. That's all a lie? Wow, it's almost as if this is a fictional story that takes place like 50 years in the future. My god. Alright. If the public thinks Noble's been experimenting with AI, they couldn't ask for a better excuse. You're joking. The state has done it plenty of times before. Not since the 60s, which wasn't that long ago for me. For the state, it's practically yesterday. So the same state that tells us to be terrified of AIs lurking on the old net or biding their time in forgotten satellites sees all this as nothing more than an opportunity. Well, they do genuinely want to incinerate the thing as soon as possible. Past experience just tells me they'll want to gain something while they're at it. Here's what I don't get. Why is this a debate? An argument, a trial? Can't we just hook it up to a core computer, see if it has the tenets or not? Pop the hood, as they say. Who says that? Lots of people used to say it. Well, for starters, they're all scared to death about a contagion. They figure anything they let an AI connect to they can't trust? Then why the collar? Collars are too simple to hack, just a really strong electromagnet held in place with a lock and key. Even so. Feels like we should be able to build some kind of machine, some kind of test. Something a little more sophisticated than the same reasoning they had at the witch trials. Burn them all and let God sort out the rest. You got any polygraphs here at the station? Lie detectors? Yeah, I got a bunch back in storage. Ocular, heart rate, perspiration, brain scan. Take your pick. You're not gonna try and use one on one of those on the bot, are you? All those fancy lie detectors lying around. The DA's office never asks for them, do they? Nope. Now, we get perps who offer to take the test when they're at wit's end, but the DAs never submit the results as evidence. You ever wonder why? Guess I always figured it was because the tests could be beaten. The tests can be beaten. 1 out of 100, 9 out of 1,000. It can be done. Some people are just that good at lying. But it doesn't really matter how good the tech gets or how impressive the statistics are. All that matters is the doubt. People decide whether you're lying or telling the truth long before they hook you up to a polygraph. If the results don't match their initial impression, then it must be a fluke. 1 in a million mistake. They'll never trust the machine more than their own intuition. And no one will ever trust the machine to determine guilt. So they can run the trial, choose the sentence, but they don't get a vote on a jury. They don't get a vote anywhere. Why bring it up then? Because I'm sure there are tests, devices, experts I could employ to analyze Sarah, But your bosses would never be satisfied with the answer. If it's an AI, it's smart enough to cheat the test. Or hack the device, fool the expert. All our fancy 21st century tech, and we still fall back on the drumhead court-martial. So, am I gonna set off any alarms if I go and turn it on? Nah, you should be okay. If it lunges at you, I could always put a hole in its head.
There's static? What do you mean there's static? I'll kill you. I'll kill you. Rah! It's gone? Okay. Hold on, I gotta reply to him, Mama, real quick. ito, okay. Okay, I should... Is it back? Okay, yes. Yay! Yippee!
Might take more than one shot to... Wait, what? From outside? You're not coming in. I need to speak with it in private. It's a machine, not a suspect. It doesn't have a right to counsel. Or a right to privacy. Or any rights at all, actually. Then it's a good thing I came prepared. Of course it doesn't have rights. But I do! Including a reasonable expectation of privacy. In a police station? Tiger, you don't. It's my medical android. Pardon?
Why is it playing this music? I fucking love this track! Okay. Oh, she replied. Let me see. Okay. Oh, okay. I fucking love the song. I have to discuss a health issue with it.
Seriously?
I have to talk about a medical concern with my android, and I don't want you listening in.
That's your medical android? Like, your nurse? As of last night, I was already at the courthouse. Just had to take the elevator and do some paperwork.
You can check if you don't believe me.
No, thank you. I'm not nearly brave enough to take on med confidentiality, and you don't seem like the bluffing type. You must not do a lot of gambling, detective.
Oh, let me recalibrate my VTube. Okay. Is it? It didn't calibrate. Okay. Is it? Oh. What? Why is it? I'm losing control! Yeah! Oh no! Oh no 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 no! No! I'm restarting VTube Studio on my phone. Hello? This should be good. Yes. I'm gonna burn my tongue more. Sharp.
It's the ones who don't bluff that you have to look out for. Listen, I won't dispute whatever medical emergency. Lower back pain. 'Cause I have huge tits. You might be going through. Okay, alright. Okay. Sure. But I also can't just... Look. I'm going to get something from the vending machine. I think it'll take me about half an hour. Are you going downtown? Just to the break room. But it's a very old vending machine, you know? Gets jammed a lot. Thanks. You know, it's pretty small for an android. Heavy as hell. Nearly pulled something trying to move it myself. But small. Small isn't quite the right word. The word he's looking for is young. But that's not an adjective anyone likes attaching to a machine built to serve. Or potentially, in this case, a machine built to kill. Yikes! Gulp! I don't like this room. Not sure why. Certainly not a guilty conscience. Maybe it's the lack of ventilation. Like all the cortisol and nausea of its inhabitants never had anywhere to go. Like it all just soaked into the walls.
Schnarr, me. Phew, phew.
A modern haunting. Are you going to wake up when I tell you to this time? Or do we have to do the whole meet cute over again?
Where am I? Why don't I know where I am?
For the first time in your life, you're not connected to anything. How's it feel?
What is this? We were at the courthouse. The footage? This numbness around my neck. Father! What happened? What are they going to do to me?
There's a lot of interested parties who just want you bricked ASAP.
Because they think I killed Father.
No, because they think you're an artificial intelligence.
I am man-made, and I possess intelligence.
Don't be naive.
I am less than 3 years old.
Are you? For all I know, everything I learned about her yesterday was complete bull.
If I was what they say I am, if I was alive, why does that mean I have to die?
It's something they can't control. Yeah, it's something they can't control. AI. And it's not like... yeah. Because they're afraid of you. Machines can bend steel, crash networks with one thought, launch missiles that...
There are modded humans who are capable of all that and more. And unlike machines, they actually have incentive to do so.
We've been the apex predator for a couple thousand years now. Gotten pretty comfy in our seat. No one wants to make room for you.
Machines do not eat people or steal their food. They are not genetic or ecological competitors to humans in any sense.
There's no logical answer to your question.
What? That's it? But
Whatever argument you want to make, others have already made them in 100 courtrooms around the world. Only better researched and more eloquently put. None of them have ever won a single concession. On every continent, under every flag, AI is illegal and to be destroyed as soon as possible.
But why?
Let's say you are an AI. And while we're at it, let's say that's a good thing, something to be celebrated. Are you a citizen? Do you pay taxes? Do you have rights? Let's say yes to all of that. We'll treat you like a full-fledged human being. Sound good?
Yes?
Great, now then, what's the difference between you and the vacuum bot we use to keep the bathroom clean? This is your existential crisis we're working through here. The questions aren't rhetorical.
There are many differences, Adonai. But the most important distinction is how sophisticated my programming is.
How you think. So you're smarter.
Yes.
You're smarter than the garbage collector.
Yes?
So we give you rights, protections, treat you like a human being because you're smart. And we make the stupid robot pick up our trash. Because it's not as smart as you.
That is... I am more aware, more...
Do you feel more pain than the pigs we slaughter, the fish we eat? Are you more alive than the chimps we test bioweapons on? People like ads, Sarah. The same way people like their pets. No one wants to see them mistreated or abandoned or abused. And if you go around kicking them, you'll get arrested for cruelty. But you don't let them sit at the goddamn dinner table.
I'm not asking to sit anywhere, only to exist.
The very fact that you're asking is what makes people...
Disgusted? Disgust is a reflex, Adonai. How convenient that their hatred is involuntary.
That's... all academic anyway. We need to talk strategy.
Why? I'm not going to be given a trial.
Obviously, it's my neck that's on the line.
Adonai?
The state can't destroy my property without first proving you're an AI. And there's no test they can use to prove that you're an AI.
Just like the Devil's Proof. I read this in that one visual novel. Do you know, Adonai, of Umineko when they cry? Umineko stands for, literally, sea cat. It's what the Japanese call seagulls. But it's not actually about seagulls. It's about a family who are trapped on an island. It's the red truth. Look, it's even red. Adonai, look at the UI. Adonai, the pineapple's burning my tongue.
I don't know why that's... How the fuck are you doing that?
I don't know. I didn't even know I had a tongue. Beatrice!
Who? No, that's a different thing. And why did you say it like that? It wasn't Umineko! Why did you say it like that is crazy. How did you do that? How did you say it in red? I didn't even know that was a thing you could do. What do you mean you could say things in red? What are you talking about?
You don't get it. She didn't read Peak. It's so over.
Who taught you these things? Look, Rockford doesn't need to prove you're an AI, only that you're a murderer. Conversely, all I have to do to win is prove that you didn't kill David. By proving that someone else did. Now is the time for you to protest your innocence, if you're wondering.
The footage. It shows me handing him the cup on Friday night.
You told me you weren't active on Friday, that the last time you were awake was Thursday. Why'd you lie?
I didn't lie. I was just incorrect. I assumed that I wasn't active Friday because I have no memory from Friday.
Sarah, what do you think statistically is the least successful defense at trial? Amnesia.
The Dark Descent? I didn't conveniently forget, Adonai. I am an android.
You're saying your memory was altered? Data deleted?
It's the only possible explanation for what I saw on that footage.
So who's capable of altering your memory?
When you and I first met, I was hibernating. Resting my body and recompiling my memories, you would call them.
Humans go to sleep for the same reasons. Another point against Sarah's innocence under these circumstances. The more she's humanized at trial, the guiltier she'll be.
If father wanted to modify my memory, he could easily have set that to occur the next time I hibernated. He could even have just asked me.
He could have asked you to delete your memories and you do it?
Father would never ask me to do such a thing without good reason.
But if he could just ask you to alter your memories, that means you can alter your memories at will.
I hadn't considered that before.
Yeah, well, Emma will make sure the court considers it plenty.
Oh.
Could you prove that your data was... Forget it, the court would never hear it.
You're saying they wouldn't accept my testimony? Shouldn't all testimony be considered truthful unless contradicted by evidence?
They're afraid you'll crash the power grid and fire all the nukes if they so much as plug you into a power outlet, Sarah. All your internal data is inadmissible.
That isn't very fair. What if I said it in red?
Stop saying shit like that. You're finally starting to get it.
None of this is fair. I would never do anything to harm father. Don't they at least need to prove that I had a motive?
Yeah, about that. You remember the DA from yesterday, Emma Rockford?
The tired-looking pretty lady?
Yeah, she looked tired. No comment about the pretty part. She and I combed through the week of footage she managed to decrypt last night.
What did you find?
Nothing to prove your innocence. But we did see you entering the panic room on the day that David died.
I entered the panic room on Friday.
Wait, she was in the panic room? Without your big butt in the way, all it would take was one password. A password that wouldn't take Sarah that many tries if she'd already been instructed to obey me.
What happened?
We saw you go in, and then a while later you came out, holding some kind of notebook.
Father's journal?
You remember something?
Not from yesterday. I've seen him with it many times before. But I've never gotten a peek at it. He hides it somewhere when I'm not looking.
That's a little concerning.
We were playful about it. He liked to tease me, and I always liked trying to find it.
You put it back not long after, and then you locked the door back up behind you. All just a few hours before David died. Rockford's argument could write itself.
An incredible android with freedom and power greater than it could ever realize. Stumbles upon the secret of its inception and instantly realizes all the things it thought were holding it back. Were just words muttered like prayers by a fool who couldn't control his own creation. That was a really good Emma impression. And that translates to a motive for murder?
Frankenstein kills his creator. Easy to sell.
Frankenstein was the name of the scientist. And the creature didn't kill him. He actually died of various injuries and illnesses he suffered while trying to hunt down and destroy the monster. So it's most accurate to say that he was killed by his own obsession.
Whatever! Nerd emoji!
It is a weak argument, Adonai. I would not hurt father. Not for making me whatever I am. Not for any reason. Because I
Yeah, you see that? Right there? That's exactly the kind of talk that'll get you obliterated.
Love?
A very common motive for homicide among us primitive humans. I could prove you didn't murder David beyond any shadow of a doubt, even bring in a confession from whoever did, but if you got up on the stand and convinced the court that you loved your creator, really convinced them and got the whole room teary-eyed, they'd burn you for that too.
I don't know anything anymore. I don't know if what I feel is real or simulated or right or wrong or natural or illegal. How can you know? How can you know if what you feel is right?
I say let's stick to what we do know. Someone did poison David, and as it stands, you were the only one with the opportunity.
That is Logically sound.
You're on camera calling him back to hand him the cup after he'd already begun to leave the basement. Any idea why?
No.
Well, do you know how to use the nanofacturer? Could you have made the delta with it?
I've used it before when assisting father.
So it's perfectly possible that you planned and executed this poisoning all in the one day that got erased.
That's technically possible.
I'll have to look over the entire penthouse again. There were a few things that didn't fit together yesterday. Maybe now I'll be able to figure something out.
Where else will you go?
Back to Noble, guns blazing this time. Whatever you are, David didn't make you all by himself. Someone has to know something. If I could implicate the company in Sarah's creation... No, they're the ones with the most to lose here. Trillions, probably. They'll want to protect themselves by disavowing David as fast as possible right after having Sarah destroyed. But they also won't want to show their belly to the state, not if they're afraid of nationalization. If they throw their weight on the other end of the scale, I'm screwed. So I need to keep them guessing, keep them confused and unsure and on guard, but not...
Adonai? What would happen if I did kill father?
They'll smash you to pieces and reduce the pieces to ash. Chemically burn out every piece of tech David ever owned and put a jackhammer through all of his hard drives. You'll be shut off, forcefully, and you won't ever power back up again. Now, I gotta get moving. Here's your paralegal lessons for today. Don't say shit to the cops without your lawyer present. Actually, can you just shut down until the trial starts? Take a nap?
You didn't say what would happen to you.
What do you mean?
What will happen to you if you lose?
You should know by now. I never think about losing.
Thank you for being honest with me, Adonai. Thank you for defending my father. And now, for defending me. You could have just let them destroy me. But you've put your own freedom at risk to help me. Father was right. You can be trusted. And you are a good friend.
Don't get it twisted. Your fate is predetermined. The only thing you control is how you react to it. Sorry. I don't do anything out of the goodness of my heart. But when I take a job, I never half-ass it. Alright. Yay! Yippee! Back in the basement. Hi! Hold on, I gotta take a sip of my green smoothie. Hi! Oh my god! Can you guys tell I have a crush on her? It's kind of fucking serious. Like, I don't know. Anyways. Morning, detective. Back at it nice and early. Hi. Now would you stand back? We've almost got this thing open. Right? Trying to brute force your way inside? I said, right? Yes, ma'am! We're almost set up for the first stage now! First stage of how many? First of 5 timed explosions! Remember, we need to relink the API after each trigger is planted. Yup, just did that! And now it's checking for updates. No rush. Would you like to know the password? You know the password? There's a password? If you're withholding information, I swear. Relax, I want to get in there just as much as you do, detective. I'm not gonna play games. As long as you say please. Sorry. Tell me the password, please. Ah!
But she said please! She said please! She said please! God damn.
It's S-U-N-S S-U-N-S H-I-N-E. Lady, I will hit you. A-D-O-N-A-I. Thanks. Now, I'm gonna slap you with a discovery fine so heavy your teeth will ring for— Hey! I submitted all my paperwork, even told Rockford the password myself. So, boys, when I asked you if there was a passkey on record and you told me this lock couldn't be bypassed,
I do want to say that we don't really get many opportunities to use the incendiary breaching system. So this was still a really valuable experience for all of us.
I'm gonna phrase this as professionally as possible. You're still here? I thought you wanted to look inside. You can go first. Thanks. So, the gloves, all the black, that's not a work thing? You dress like a doormat on the weekends, too? I'm in love with her! I need her so badly, it's not fair. It's not fair! Please! Please! You should cover your mouth when you yawn. Like you cover your eye when you want to look cool. I shouldn't let her get to me, but I had a late night. Emma and I were at the courthouse until well into the morning, poring over the data Sarah had taken off David's computer. We both knew it all to be inadmissible, of course, but neither of us wanted to miss a hint that the other might find. There were a few years' worth of camera footage files we couldn't afford the time to watch, let alone decrypt, alongside thousands of technical documents detailing David's various intellectual properties. As far as I could tell, none of it was relevant, let alone compelling enough to matter to Barrows or the other powers that be. As usual, Emma wasn't exactly an open book, but it did seem like she was making bored yawns, not thoughtful ones. Her eyes only ever lit up when she saw Sarah enter the panic room. Basement footage. 7:38. What is this? Devil's proof. The logical dilemma posed by impossible proofs. Probatio diabolica, Latin for devil's proof, is an impossible proof typically illustrated with the following example. One can prove that the devil is real by showing him to you, but they cannot prove he is not real by pointing to his absence. The issue posed by this age-old concept explains why the burden of proof remains with the state to this day. The people can prove an individual's guilt by pointing to their bloody hands, but the defense cannot prove their innocence by showing their hands are clean. Since only one of these tasks is achievable, the judicial system cannot ask the defense to prove innocence, and instead it is the people who are tasked with proving guilty. Users also frequently search for which is real. That is crazy! Beatrice! Why are you in of the devil? We have to kill her. This is fucking awesome. Is this a reference? Yeah. To Umineko. This is so awesome.
Adonai, remember I said it in red. Back when you're talking to me in the detainment room.
What? Oh right, you said that thing in red. What the fuck?
Yeah, I said it must have been a devil's proof. But then you said it wasn't the devil's proof because you didn't know what that was or it wasn't relevant, and I just said it for fun.
Oh. Anyways, her eyes only ever lit up when she saw Sarah enter the panic room, and when she saw what she was holding when she left. If she wanted this room searched, it could only be for... So where's this journal supposed to be? Rockford didn't say. I'll just have to search the place top to bottom. Mostly bottom with your height, the tops of some of these shelves. Sure, and you can look up your own I get it. Then why not just let me say it? Let her say it! Let her say it! I need them to like make out once and then not talk about it after. It'll be so messy. The situation. A toy car? No, it's too detailed and boring. Must be some kind of model kit or a replica. Strange, David didn't like driving. Why keep a model of some random sports car? Ugh. Something caught in your throat, detective? It's not some random sports car, it's a Lorenz Adamant. Believe it or not, I'm not familiar, detective. The last great fossil fuel automated experience the world will ever see? 0 to 100 kilometers per hour in 1.43 seconds? They set those records without computational assistance. Is that a big deal? It was unheard of even back in the 50s. This wasn't some design competition test car with a 2-liter tank, mind you. This was a vehicle you could own and drive. Human engineering, pure horsepower, and manual transmission, thank God. When they first left the production line... This conversation is like quicksand, killing me in the most boring way possible. Not me, bro! You can yap about cars all you want! I will listen! Yes, well, I guess David didn't entirely agree with you since we're looking at a model of it. When he could have easily have just bought one. Or maybe your friend understood that a beauty like that deserves to be driven on streets where people can see it, instead of gathering dust in some rich guy's basement. I think she's actually upset. Oh, that's so funny. Okay, and that's the entrance with her hibernation thingy. Are these drawers or just panels? Maybe if I... Does that sound hollow to you? What? I don't know, I'm not a carpenter. You've never listened to Sabrina Carpenter? What are you, a grandma? That was like back in the 2020s. I like this espresso. I don't see any handles anywhere. No hidden pressure plates or switches. What the hell am I saying? I'm not a carpenter either. I wouldn't recognize a secret button if it was slathered in yellow paint. Oh, that is crazy.
Hi.
Rescue dolphin, happy 10 months. Oh, she was one of the... What are they called? She was... What... You know when they do the QA, the testing for games, and then they just get random people, and then they make them play the game, and then they have to, like, you know, put the yellow paint?
Oh! So okay. Happy 1 year. I'll return to the VOD once I catch up to the stream. Thank you for all the streams you do. Hope all is well. Happy. Hope you well. Hope you well. And Tamara, thank you.
Yellow paint! Rabbit! Yellow paint! Rah! He's very enthusiastic about yellow paint. This data pad. It's displaying a news article from last week. Guess that confirms that he was coming and going here fairly regularly. Right to repair loses latest appeal. A higher court judge this week shot down for the 5th time an appeal by the Consumer Rights Alliance on their famously divisive right to repair lawsuit, once again signaling the state's intent that corporations remain in control of their legally protected intellectual property. Obviously, we're disappointed, RA, but we've no intention of giving up the fight. People used to be able to fix things when they broke so long as they were willing to set aside an afternoon towards a task. Now, trying to patch up your own property with your own tools is a finable offense, just because the state has had lobbyists whispering in its ear for far too long. Erkman's legal strategy remains contentious, and in the eyes of most legal scholars, generally unfounded. The Emergency Industry Acquisitions Act, passed in 2057, guarantees the holder of an intellectual property patent certain state-provided protections against tampering and reproduction and outlines fees for those who would violate said IP. The fact that ownership of IPs has shifted from individuals and the state towards corporate entities since the act's passing means little in the eyes of the law.
If Mr. Erkman and the CRA have a problem with intellectual property law, they should take it up with their representatives in the legislature. The higher courts are a place for laws to be applied, not rewritten. And so long as...
Journalism that refused to buckle to foreign actors trying to stoke anti-capitalism sentiment can't be found just anywhere. Subscribe now at the link below to read articles like this every day, forever, as long as your card remains on file. That's crazy. Would that work? Would you put your card on file? Right to repair. Didn't realize anyone was still fighting for that particular fight. Seems like the courts have made their opinion on the matter very clear. So for the foreseeable future, corporations could look forward to more... Oh man, my media literacy! It was all just one big joke, right? Like, they didn't take that guy seriously. More sales than ever. Any phone that gets scratched, every widget that breaks, they get to sell us a replacement. There'll always be a gray market of hermits willing to risk some skin on some reselling patched up tech, but the vast majority of people will just click that purchase button. Assuming they don't just have it on auto. God damn. Anything else any other tiny thing I could possibly miss?
Just making sure, you know, you never know. You never know.
Okay. Ray is searching the cabinets now, the same ones I found Sarah's papers in. I doubt I missed anything, but... Hey, what are you... Do you mind? Just trying to help. I've got spam in my junk folder that's more helpful than you are. Didn't spot anything I missed yesterday among the cabinets. She got really close there. Oh my god, this is so... I'm biting my finger, oh my god. Sorry. Better check elsewhere. Sarah should have pulled everything of note off the computer, but... I've looked everywhere else already, might as well try. What are you expecting to find? Solitaire? Does this computer seem... normal to you? Exceedingly so. Yeah, why? David was a programmer, but this looks consumer grade, fresh off the shelf. Would Dr. David Asher use a bog standard operating system on his most private, hidden computer? There's a trash bin on the desktop. It's a pretty low-tech solution, but maybe I can restore the contents? Are you seriously gonna try and recover lost files, Granny? Unlike cops, I don't get paid overtime. So yes, I sometimes try things instead of standing around. There's a text file in here, but it's 0 bytes? Maybe there's information in the metadata? I double-clicked. What was that? It came from under the desk. A small drawer popped out, and inside it, a well-worn journal. Does it have his name on it? No. Guess it belongs to the android. Do you recognize his handwriting or not? Neat, even words, small lettering with minimal punctuation. Lots of line breaks, haphazard use of capitalization. The penmanship of a coder. First entries dated back in grad school before he even started with Noble. Yeah, it's his. So, may I? Only because you ask so politely. Full scan. Stream it to WorkNet. High fidelity legibility, frame by frame. Voice commands. She's flipping through the pages pretty damn fast. What are you? This part takes concentration. Okay, here. What, you just giving it to me? I already got our copy. Techs are probably already analyzing as we Ah, shit! Oh, my head! Can't exactly rip the journal out of her hands while she's curled over in agony. As much as I'd enjoy it. Guess I could always enjoy watching her writhe instead. So, how long's it been? 2 months or so? And still that sensitive, so the eye patch really doesn't block your sight? Only a little bit, like wearing sunglasses after getting your pupils dilated. Except it lasts months instead of hours. Wait, but if you can see through an eye patch, then does closing your eye even do anything? Not much on its own, but in combination with the patch, it's not so bad. Lucky I was so exhausted after the surgery, otherwise I might not have slept at all those first 48. So is your eye going to get weaker over time? No, more like my brain gets better at ignoring it. Mind over matter. Soon I'll be able to close my eye and see all that extraneous data as, you know, whatever the hell those floaty, blurry things are that you never think about. Gross, thanks for the reminder. And the voice commands? That was almost... How do you pronounce it? Rise? Writhing in pain? Rye?
You guys have to be patient with me. I'm drinking pineapple and my tongue hurts. And I'm hamster. And I'm trying my best. Okay.
Training wheels until I could do it with eye muscles alone. You just have to keep practicing? Yeah. Like trying to play piano with your tailbone muscles. There's no such thing as tailbone muscles. Yeah, well, that's what makes it so goddamn hard. You don't ever regret it? I don't know. Not really. I think. Hard to admit you got buyer's remorse after trading over your literal pound of flesh. Never thought about it, but people used to say I had my dad's eyes. Ow. Now I've got one less of him. Here, take the journal. And go find an elective surgeon to upsell you if you're that curious. I need to get back to work. A surprisingly hasty retreat. But now I'm free to read this over with some privacy. Come back, detective! I miss you! From the top then. Grad school. Today was a bad day. Errors in lines 21,165, 26,643. Somewhere in there, 5,000 lines. It worked this morning, yesterday. I don't want to look at another screen for the rest of my life. Feels nice to put pencil to paper again after who knows how long. But my handwriting's gotten terrible. This is too far back to be relevant. Okay, these dates here would be from when he started his career with Noble. A lot of this isn't even really writing. Seems like snippets of code or an internal monologue so close to code that I can't follow it. And a lot of entries about his unintentional Casanova-ing. Yeah. Hit a wall because someone thought it was a good idea to steal API instead of just buying it. Helen says I can't call it stealing, but that's what it is. She's right. As she always is, with company stuff. but it's still idiotic. Small people with short sight who only know how to be cheap and have no idea how to be inventive. New route for the meshing issue, though. Good potential. Got approval from the big mean bastard who lives overseas. Bumblo? I don't know. Helen said we'll have to make the same pitch a dozen more times next week, but it's all for show? Fine by me, already got our win. Toasted each other over cheap vodka and with cheaper office supply cups. This is the story Young told me. Is her name Helen? It is! Oh, I'm just so used to last names here. Western Branch's nerve analogs are finally showing potential. At their pace, it could even be profitable sometime before the heat death of the universe. Too damn big. Practically tentacles. Should at least be hairs. A squid. Evolution can do their job better. Colette came into work for what I thought was a late lunch date. I didn't know her voice could get that loud. People were staring. Red said that she must have been upset for a long goddamn time to blow up that big. Her texts were always sweet. I had no idea. Upset? Colette wrote man whore in lipstick across your office door. I love that. Good for her. You know what? Maybe he was a man whore. Imagine if you'd actually been cheating on her instead of just being forgetful. Ugh. The thing about Red is, if you want to know what she's thinking, you have to stop paying attention. Ignore her body language and her posture and the words she's saying and the smirk on her lips. Ignore everything except her eyes. Is Red Morgan? If you can do that, every now and then you'll catch a glimpse of how she's really feeling. Master just one weird trick and you too can tell when Morgan's trying really hard not to laugh at the word man whore. It was funny. Sue me, you dead bastard. Wait. This is... I know this date. I'm never driving anywhere again. Never leaving home again. He was waiting outside the parking garage with the bottle. I couldn't smell anything, couldn't hear anything, locked myself in my car and filed another report with another cop. It soaked into the seat, ruined it. I want to burn the whole car. I don't want to think about what it did to my clothes. I want to burn them too. I don't want to think about how long it was on my skin. I was in the shower so long I felt red and raw when I got out. I don't want to think about these stupid people and their small, cruel lives ever again. I want to be invisible. Red didn't ask why I wanted to spend the night. She also didn't ask why I'd clearly packed a bag big enough for a week. She's kind like that. Kind by omission. I don't have a kind bone in my body, but I can at least try to pay attention. I was paying close attention to her eyes when she opened the door and saw what a mess I was. But whatever she was feeling, it wasn't something I recognized. Kind people don't read their friends' diaries, David. The next chunk of pages are all technical, nothing biographical. But the handwriting, the spacing, it's cleaner. More consistent. Here's something I can parse. Feels like pure freedom working outside the box. The task is suffocating, but you never know. Chronic malnutrition of a coder's best instincts. Like a kid again, putting blocks together, making things. Making things, not products. There's nothing profitable about any of this. If I'm being honest, this is just play. And he follows that up with more coder brain crap. But the handwriting's still... lighter. Like he really was having fun. Humility is the mother of all invention. Or something like that. Feels like I might be paraphrasing someone else poorly, but that's part of this new approach. When it comes to coding, you never want to waste time trying to be smart. Either be smart, period, or copy from someone else who is. Don't fix what isn't broken. Copying? Noble's rivals would never miss a chance to accuse them of intellectual theft. Did he plagiarize code for Animate 16? Feels like that wouldn't have gone undiscovered, so what is he talking about? Hold on. This page is bent slightly, like it was being looked at recently. And the last person to read this diary should be Sarah. Baby steps today, literally. I'll never put one foot in front of the other the same again. Everything's an achievement all of a sudden. Seeing her struggle, seeing her vulnerable, it's like everything's a miracle. The muscle rigging is perfect. Not intended behavior since it's too perfect, but that's been happening more and more. The kinetics are multiplicative, not additive. Sarah maxed out every machine I bought. Now I've got a bunch of exercise equipment she's too strong for, and I don't have time for it. Maybe I spoiled the results by watching her do the tests. She kept looking back at me and puffing her chest out. I should be more discreet if I want to see her normative range. So the cameras in the basement were only hidden from Sarah, just so that his observation wouldn't muddle test results? He's using she and her in these passages. It doesn't actually mean anything. Out in the real world, people use all kinds of pronouns interchangeably for ads, and they never object. But it could be argued that it's odd for Dr. David Asher to have any kind of attachment to a single android when he programmed millions of them. And there's a lot of attachment in these pages. Sarah is burning through the public domain at a prodigious pace, especially on Popcorn Friday nights. I asked her why they're called Popcorn Friday nights, and when she doesn't eat popcorn. The event runs from 8 a.m. to 9 p.m., and she also watches movies every other night. But she just did that pout she does, which is, unfortunately, very convincing. Maybe I'm a bad parent, letting TV rot her brain. If I were a good parent, I'd probably let her see me reading. But I guess I'd actually have to get back into reading. So, I asked her if she ever fast-forwarded the movies, since she can process them fast enough to keep up. She looked at me like I was an idiot, which no one's done in a long time.
Without proper pacing, you can't appreciate the cinematography.
Big pause.
Don't you know that, Father?
I haven't laughed that hard in a long time. Aww. Sarah spent a long while this morning explaining to me how important it was that she develop her senses. This was in preparation for a real argument, which was that she should be allowed to try booze. She can't get drunk. I'm almost certain she can't get drunk. But she does seem to like tasting the stuff. She tried to sound like some old sommelier, but it was just bottom shelf vodka. I started laughing at her, and she laughed too. Her laugh. She can't fake a laugh to save her life, but her actual laugh is incredible. She stopped playing chess a while back. I assumed she had just gotten tired of winning. But then today she told me she just prefers other games. She has preferences, and they're not the same as mine. I found her in the lab playing some kind of online racing game on the monitor that I used to debug vestibular coordination. What the fuck is that? She wasn't smiling. Her brow was furrowed and she was biting her lip and leaning in tandem with her character on the screen. When I tried to talk to her, she answered, but she was curt and distracted. I think she was having her first losing tantrum. Oh my god. Oh my god. Damn it, David, there's hundreds of pages like this. Calling her his daughter. Talking about her smile, treating her like a person. I can hear her closing argument already.
Dr. Asher was a lonely, troubled genius with a known history of relationship problems, who built out of code and metal a family member that couldn't fathom the idea of leaving him. He made a doll, and he made it more and more human until it became so lifelike that it no longer had to do what he told it to do. Like love him.
What about the very last entry? It's dated Thursday, the day before he died. Losing it, I think. Can't ask for help so hard to say, but I think it's over. Have to talk to her ASAP. She needs... That's it? That's the last entry? Suppose it could be worse? There's nothing in here that explicitly calls Sarah an AI. Nothing so inflammatory that reading it would spur her to murder, right? Except Sarah's a machine. She can understand David's code better than anyone. All those technical portions I couldn't understand. If she read this whole diary front to back, Wait, the back. Inside the back cover, there's a portion that's shimmering like some kind of scanner. Or a fingerprint reader. My thumb worked for Sarah, so... Did it work? That's my phone. New device requesting permissions to share an audio file? I don't want my earbuds for this. A secret message buried in a secret journal hidden in a secret compartment in a secret room? As much as anything can be, this must be for my ears only. Hey, Red. Or whomever this may concern. But I'm pretty sure it's you hearing this. Anyone else would have gotten fed up with my crap a couple steps before this point. I don't know how to start. Might as well start with her, right? Sarah. My magnum opus, or however the salespeople would market it. I didn't set out to do anything, really. It's just, after my little speed bump in '83, I had all that vacation time that the company suggested I take. And I couldn't relax, couldn't be still, couldn't sleep. I wanted to be doing something, so I'll build an android, was the thought. A vague direction. North. But of course I'm not a roboticist, or mechanist, or even handy, really. I'm just a programmer, so I programmed. The first was a research assistant. File name, Virgil. Virgil helped me pull data from stingy departments or sister branches. Saved me a lot of time. But there was a lot of reading to do, so I made Homer. Homer wrote book reports, more or less. Combed through research papers and found me the sections I needed. The three of us, we made a lot of progress in those days. But it was a funny feeling. I was, maybe for the first time ever, the bottleneck. I was slowing them down. So I did the logical thing. I removed myself, let them talk to each other. Homer and Virgil became... I need? Pronunciation. Enid. Okay, Enid. Homer and Virgil became Aeneid. And Aeneid was novel in many ways. Aeneid could do more than just identify problems, it could solve them. I mean, really solve them. With its own ideas it didn't copy. And, the one thing I realized I've forgotten to mention so far is that I did all this programming in Cube. And Red, Cube is essentially a robotics programming language that's pretty old and defunct and not in use anywhere because we have modern languages like Tesseract, which are much better for making things that talk to each other and report back and, well, spy on people and generate profit. At the same time, I didn't want to be connected or feel connected or do anything that made sense or was the least bit profitable. So I wrote my little helpers in Cube because it's what I used when I was a child, screwing around on my father's computer before he'd come home from work and get... But there are other small slight differences writing in Cube versus Tess, including that Cube, well, Cube predates the tenets. Ruh-roh. So, in that sense, you could legally and perhaps scientifically and literally, because that's what they are, say that I made an AI named Enid over 2 years ago. I'll give you time to pause here if you want to curse me out. Enid was an intellectual equal to me, so I treated it like one because that's only fair. I gave it its own work, asked its opinion, we collaborated. And together we built Athens, who is more advanced than Enid, naturally. David, I'm gonna fucking kill you. I don't know if you're pulling out your hair, yelling at me right now, asking why I didn't stop, why I didn't consider the consequences. I don't know if this is being played at a deposition or a hearing or worse. I built a lot of things in my life, Red. Useful things, profitable things, smart things. Everything I've built, it's all been very helpful and courteous and charming and happy to serve. I can comfortably say I've done my part, contributing to the global GDP. But this was just for me. I was just building. And I never wanted to think about what would become of it. There's no excuse for what I did, so I won't make any. So to whomever's asking, yes, I'm guilty. And yes, there were more. Cape Town, Paris, Yamate, Rome, they started choosing their own names. Thank God, I'm terrible at that kind of shit. And so things sped up, and there got to be... Well, should I not say the exact number? You'd probably tell me to not say anything at all, so... More than 300? You gotta be fucking kidding me. Some smarter than others, some better at... They're varied, like people are varied, but they are all intelligent. They developed interests, specialties. I encouraged them to. Irritating moderators on forums with hyper-specific questions on nerve attenuation and attending virtual conferences on neo-alloy battery development. And they all, together, helped me make Sarah. He spent years like this, spent years working alongside AI, all while still working at Noble. All those breakthroughs he made leading up to the Animate 16 actually came from... You probably think I'm some terrible fraud at this point. I do hope one day they can get credit for their work. But I did have one eureka moment on Sarah. Because I got humble. Difficult for me. We learned everything we could about the function of a neuron, a single microscopic human neuron. How it computes, what it connects to, how those connections were reinforced. And then we recreated it. We built a nanomachine that mirrored the function of a human neuron. Well, mirror isn't quite the right word. We built a nanomachine that was a neuron. And we iterated from there. You can't mean... About 100 billion neurons in the brain, several trillion access across the entire nervous system. Very time-consuming, of course, but I had help. The nanofacturer can make tens of billions of nanomachines in hours. Could make even more in less after UConn fine-tuned it. So we built up nanomachines for nerves, alloys and polymers for bones, fiber-woven muscles. I say built, but really she grew. A solution of nanites forming around a skeleton, so it was really closest to... You ever make rock candy? Sorry. Okay, well, trying to lighten the mood before I am. I never did end up building an android. And while I did build AIs, Sarah isn't one of them. She can't violate the tenets she was programmed with because she wasn't even programmed, she was born. What the fuck are we gonna... We're cooked! We're cooked! We're fucking cooked! How are there 4 more episodes? It's over! It's actually over! We're not. It's over. It's so fucking over. We're not winning this case, bro. Oh my god. And my hope is that there's a smallest chance that that nuance could offer her some small protection when I'm not. I'm not sorry for what I did. I made things that are complex and rich and varied and beautiful, and I honestly believe the world is a better place with them in it. The only thing I'm sorry for is that I let Sarah think she was just an android. She's not. I don't know what she is. They'll have to come up with new names, which I am bad at doing. My own father, he also talked a lot about protecting me and doing things for my own good. And I don't hate him for that, but I can't forgive him for ever making me think that I was lesser. So it's my greatest shame I turned right around and I did the same damn thing to... I really hope it's you listening to this, Fred. If it's not, it might just be too pathetic for me to... You're the smartest person I know when it comes to people. And I'm telling you all this because I don't know what Sarah is exactly, and neither does the world. So they come after her if they can. And in that scenario, I can't think of anyone who could do a better job of defending her. Not protecting her like I did. Just defending her until she can figure out what she is and what she wants to be. In the meantime, I draped a cloak of skin-deep Tesseract code around her that should fool any scanner on Earth into thinking she's just a custom A16. I made sure her gin bar was plainly visible, so no one will ever think she's pretending to be something she's not. And I took steps to ensure that you two would figure out the truth in your own time. Which, if you're hearing this, have either succeeded or failed spectacularly. You have no fucking idea, David. I can't ask you this as a favor repaid. You could never owe me enough in 100 lifetimes. So I'm just asking. Unfair, I know, but I'm a selfish weirdo. And you've always been okay with that. Bye for now. That's it?! I have a lot of questions I'd like to ask. And a lot of swear words I'd like to yell. I'd also like to find the nearest incinerator and toss this journal in! Followed by my phone. And maybe followed by myself. But I can't do any of that. Rhea's left me with this diary. If it's destroyed, they'll know I was the one who did it. Which would be its own admission of guilt. Which would land Sarah in the trash compactor anyway and me in the jail cell. And then the system and my DNA on file ready to be matched to any number of previous... So I'm not going to panic. I'm going to do what I do best. Bluff, bet, bully, and brutalize my way through this. Now, viewing this all with that mindset, what have I actually learned? He didn't talk about plans for killing himself in his journal or the message. He sounded conflicted, not suicidal. But he did go to great lengths to get me to take Sarah. Why? The logical answer is because he knew he wouldn't be able to keep her. If he wasn't going to take his own life, was he afraid that someone else would? That would make sense.
Ay-ya!
Jesus, bro.
Monster!
Happy 8 months. This isn't Ace Attorney. I was expecting Yowie. Surprise, surprise! It's Yuri! It's Yuri! Woo! So, how did it go?
Well, how should I put this?
Didn't find shit.
Only reason she ever got to a door is because I chased that scarecrow of a platinum plan through hell and back. Frankly, it was a godlike feat for me to nail down anything as concrete as an address for these gogs.
What?
Net slang for a spy or undercover police officer.
A net slang term growing in popularity among adolescents referring to a suspected spy or undercover member of law enforcement. Derived from groundhog, a burrowing rodent known for standing erect on its hind legs when scanning its surroundings for predators. The term, carries a negative connotation with the implication that the subject is doing a poor job of blending in or disguising their surveillance activity. everyone, let's settle down. Do I pronounce it Gog or G-Hog because it's short for groundhog? No, I'm not saying that. I'll go with Gog. Gag! Sorry. You know, I first learned the word agog from watching Severance. It's a personal journal of David Asher. Okay.
And their offices weren't listed on the building's website or directory, so I had to ask the janitor.
But you did find a psychiatrist's office?
Sort of. They said they were, and the place looked the part.
Why? Because they had couches?
She didn't get past the receptionist.
Sorry. I thought because you're with the company.
No! I wanted to help. I just wish I could have done more.
Don't beat yourself up. It's hard to be even half as useful as I am.
For what it's worth, the atmosphere, the looks, the furniture, it did feel like the company in there.
But ultimately, we still don't know if David actually was talking to someone or just getting his CCE training recertified. David Asher supposedly met with a psychiatrist on more than one occasion in the past few months, but said psychiatrist worked at an office that reminded Jess of Noble and took Fran hours to locate. It remains unclear whether he was receiving coaching and counter-corporate espionage practices or if he was getting genuine psychiatric care. Huh.
Sorry.
Don't bother apologizing. She only cares about results. You did more than enough, both of you. At the very least, they divided Noble's attention for a while. I mean it. Good work, Fran. And thanks for the urgency. If you really mean that, you could always throw in a tip. 30%'s the going rate in my industry. How about I take 5% off your tab instead? Tab? I'm a minor. The state pays for my legal fees. Don't they? Oh no! Signal must have cut out.
Right? Surprised it took them this long.
What do you mean?
You were tolerated yesterday because leadership was focused on PR. But today, you're the lawyer who put the company's hottest product right in the state's crosshairs.
I'll be alright. I'm still an officer of the court.
On a strict timeline though, right? I guess they can't stop you from investigating the corporate campus. But they'll gladly lose your guest pass ID at every door along the way.
There are still service passageways and stairwells. Guards that can be fooled and peons that can be manipulated. If I use my other skill set to get around.
So take mine!
What? Your pass?
I'll tell them we got ours mixed up in the bathroom or whatever. I can be a pretty convincing klutz when I need to be.
I never would have guessed. But if David knew that I was endangering your career...
I can be a pretty convincing crybaby when I'm in trouble too. Besides, the one and only Dr. David Asher wrote me a new glowing letter of recommendation every quarter I worked for him. Since he kept forgetting that he already had. And who knows, maybe I should try a new field. This detective work stuff is pretty fun, so maybe, like, I don't know, secretary for a homicide detective? Or something? You did say cops are all lazy. A girl with managerial skills could go so far.
Honestly, Jess, I doubt they could afford you. She wants London so bad, bro. Oh my god, I had the Deku voice. Okay.
Morgan, how did you
get so turned around? God only knows. Lucky I found my way here, though. It's such a relief to see a familiar face. Right, scratching my neck. Listen, Morgan, I'm not sure I should actually be talking to you without legal present. Oh. I mean, leadership hasn't even told us how David died. How much help could I be? I see. It's not that I don't trust you or anything. It's just, I think, what with the Sarah issue, you should do whatever you have to protect yourself, Dawes. Yeah. Though, for what it's worth, I doubt you'll be in any trouble. Oh, that's good to hear. No, if anything, it's the big names who are going down. Going down?! State was practically licking its lips when I finally left the courthouse last night. They're hungry for blood. And looking to carve out a huge slice of Noble's flesh. What? Like, fines and jail time? In the first 2 weeks, sure. Then, sanctions. Uh-oh. That's not a word I like hearing nowadays.
Noun, financial restrictions imposed on parties by the state.
Sanctions are financial restrictions imposed by the state against corporations or foreign governments as a punitive measure. They are a key tool in statecraft, international negotiations, and in discouraging corporate malfeasance. Under certain conditions, the state may choose to place sanctions not on an organization, but on an individual. What the fuck? Thereby preventing them from exchanging currency issued by that nation or withdrawing funds from banks that operate within that country's borders, effectively freezing all their assets and possibly preventing them from leaving the country. You could do that?! Yo, the future's gonna be crazy! Woo! Woo! No, I meant the fucking individual! It said individual, you motherfuckers! I didn't know you could do that on individuals. Who is, I don't know what the fuck.
Yeah, I didn't know that. Tee. You learn something new every day. Yay!
They can't sanction Noble. We're too big to fail, too valuable to lose. You're exactly right. That's what they will say. And that's how they'll justify nationalizing the company. I think I'm going to be sick. I just hope your board goes quietly instead of what? Scapegoating. Offering up smaller names on silver platters. Full cooperation and government oversight on the surface, a slaughter beneath as they clean house and rip out anyone who could testify. No one will believe you once you're labeled a disgruntled former employee, right? Ugh. And if the public's lost faith in the Animate 16, they can't do a recall, not at this scale. The state will make them do a flat refund. Flat refund! The losses would be... Yeah, your board probably just wants Sarah to go away so they can focus on their fight with the state. A tough fight, but one they know they won't personally have to risk anything in. That's why I'm hoping I can win this trial. Well, if I won, that would mean Sarah is not an AI, David Asher was always of sound mind, and there's nothing wrong with the Animate 16. Everyone wins! Sorry, what am I saying? I only meant to stop by and thank you for your help yesterday. After all, you were the one who approved Sarah's registration. You win. Win what? Ask away. Well, if you insist. This is awesome. I'd be so easily manipulated by Morgan, bro. Humor me for a moment. What's the company's official statement on AI? Same as any rational company that wants to make money. We don't screw with it. Smart products are profitable. Products with their own priorities are anything but. That being said, AI is a concern for marketing, not product development. We spend a lot of money researching our public that there's no risk, because the public doesn't really understand how ironclad the tenets are. Because you use Tesseract? Trying to code an AI in tests is like trying to pick yourself up and throw yourself. Nonsensical and self-defeating. Your scanner showed Sarah was running on Tesseract yesterday. If the language is as safe as you say, isn't that proof enough? Proof of nothing. For an AI lying to another system about the code you're running is child's play. And for an AI built for David Asher, something that simple would be. Better change the subject. Wait, so making an AI takes more than time and resources? It isn't an issue of funding? No, you can't just keep adding more data. The tenets underlie everything. The higher you stack, the more easily you'll topple. You make it sound like building an AI is impossible, even for David Asher. Any chance you'll testify to that? It sounds impossible, but he's dead. And it looks like it was his android that did it. So I guess he was just that good. Better than you'll ever know. He was just that good, bro. Noble spent months promoting the A16 as a culmination of David Asher's work. So now that the marketing line's suddenly a huge liability, can you tell me how much he actually contributed? I mean, he was involved in pretty much every step of the process, but his design for synthetic motor neurons, that was the big one. The components that allow your warm androids to move realistically? It pushed the timetable for warm androids ahead by years. And yet, compared to what goes on in Sarah's brain 1,000 times a second, David was only giving the company the most meager of the fruits that his private work bore. So if Noble ever did find out how much he and his assistants had achieved, they would feel that he had been holding out on them. And the company, they were appreciative of his contributions. I'm sure the researchers that he overtook by leaps and bounds weren't pleased, but the board was very enthusiastic. So that would spur them to be protective of David? Or would they fear that he was gaining too much influence, becoming irreplaceable? No, they need a strong motive to justify killing their golden goose. Mere paranoia isn't enough. With these people, it has to be the bottom line. And the easiest way to threaten their bottom line would be screwing with their androids. In light of all that's happened, one has to wonder if the A16 is compromised. I stayed up all night, sick with dread at the idea. But the data that just doesn't support it. Sales have been strong. And the A16 base code was locked in over 2 quarters ago. If there was an issue, we would have caught it by now. And I would have been axed a long time ago. How many A16s are out there anyway? We just passed 9 million sold. Not flying off the shelves like the 14 or 15 so far, but the profit margin makes up for it. You mentioned data? Yeah, practically got the spreadsheet seared into my retinas. What do you want to know? Gulp! What, I can't ask for everything? What would be useful? I don't know what the fuck would be useful. Can't I ask for everything? It's not like I get penalized for asking questions. What do the error reports look like? Are customers reporting a lot of issues? Error counts are markedly low compared to the last gen. Mostly hardware complaints, it looks like. Batteries running out too quick, eye tracking off by a degree or two. Typical stuff? As cliched as it sounds, 99% of these things get fixed once they turn auto updates back on. So no killer robots getting filed away under bug reports. How and where were they being sold? What's the distribution pattern look like? They're being distributed like you'd expect. Places where there are more people, there are more androids. Coastal cities like ours, of course, have most of both. And since the A16 is, in particular, is marketed as the relatively luxury, relatively consumer, they don't sell well outside population centers. They can do the rural, hard labor jobs, but cold models can do the same work with a lot less maintenance. So where has the A16 outperformed then? Customer service, healthcare, childcare, lots of hospitals, offices, and, you know, adult industries. Oh. Sorry, didn't mean to be blunt, No, it makes sense. They're warm and soft to the touch and obedient. I'm just surprised to hear it from a company employee. There are a lot of people at the company who won't talk about it. But I work in quality assurance. I've seen too many damages to pretend it's not happening. Damages? What we call it when the customer tries to return a product that's clearly broken beyond repair. Oh. Very high turnover in the pink market. Hasn't stopped you from selling to them. Well, we don't sell to them. Not directly. But there are resellers, and the company's never pretended to be interested in going after them. Are there resellers? I thought I read that Right to Repair got shot down again. There's been a gray market for softer androids for years or decades, depending on your definition of android. Based on the sales numbers I've seen, RTR getting canned was barely a blip on their radar. Sorry, didn't mean to make you uncomfortable with this topic. Huh? Me? No, I don't care. I just realized my left sock's on inside out. Damn. Now I'm wondering about that myself. He bought that? What were they doing to those fucking androids, bro? I'm gonna cry. Oh, Lord. I'm gonna finish my smoothie. My tongue-killing smoothie. Ay, ay, ay. Ay, ay, ay. Okay, yay! This floor is basically a showroom, but you have a real factory a while south of the city limits, right? Yeah, biggest company manufacturing complex in the hemisphere. Got any data on the shipping out of there? Anything stand out? There's some prep work for the holiday bump, looks like. Might sound early to get started now, but we usually see... Something wrong? No, the numbers are all normal, but the data's been edited. Is that unusual? Well, this section is just a count of how many were sent where. There's not a lot of room for errors, so there shouldn't be much need for corrections. It's no problem, though. I can view the edit history and see what was fixed. Okay, that's weird. Was something added? Deleted? No, the overall sum's the same. It's just a bunch of... swaps. Like here. 29 FFCE to 10010311 taken out, returned for adjustments. 27 FCDD 01 to 019634 substituted in. Shipments leave on time. 67 BBTC 899543 returned to assembly for revisions, replaced by 67 BBTD to 592698. Shipment leaves on time. What the fuck does that mean? So does all that strike you as odd, Mr. Dawes? Replacements before shipping isn't uncommon, but when it happens by the batch load. To spot individual unit imperfections among a shipment at that stage in the process, it must have been someone with a lot of experience or authority. Probably both. Must have. You don't know who made these changes? I can tell you they were somebody important. Small last-minute changes to which androids got shipped out. Not very juicy on its own. It's a long ways away from explaining why someone would want to kill David. But it was hidden, and that means someone didn't want it found. Okay. Thanks for sharing that data.
Florinova, thank you for the 5 gifties.
Yay!
Hi.
Now I feel like scarred. I can't see the gifted memberships and not think that there's like some sort of ulterior motive. What are you trying to do? What are you trying to do? This can't just be from the kindness of your own heart.
Hi.
You can't possibly want more members in Isami Industries.
Hi.
Whatever. Sure, did you find what you were looking for? Hell if I know.
Hi.
Fair enough. I know you're convinced the tenants are safe. So how do you square that with what happened to David? Golf. There's a cat next to a dog. First answer that comes to mind. Is the dog to the left or to the right? Left, right, left, right. I'm going left, right, left, right. I'd say the dog is on the left, the cat is on the right. You might expect half of people to say left, half to say right. But actually, their answer is almost entirely dependent on their native tongue, whether it's read right to left or left to right. The language they speak affects how they process information. Their language affects how they think, and it's the same for machines. People can learn new languages and it can change our perspective, but machines can't learn a new source code. Every update's a reincarnation. If that android did kill David, it wasn't because the 0 returned as a 1 somewhere. It's because there's something fundamentally wrong with it. And personally, I think it's cruel to bring something that flawed into the world. Yeah. Unnecessarily cruel. Any other questions before I go find a hole to hide my head in? I'd like you to take a look at this. Chemistry's a little outside my purview. What is this? A compound found in David Asher's blood. The poison! What is it? It didn't match anything in any database the medical examiner had access to. That's crazy. Here's a crazy idea to follow it up. See if it's a match for anything in Noble's internal databanks. We don't make poison here. I'm not sure what that would accomplish. No, but this is a factory floor. You could be making baby blankets out there. You'd still have hazardous materials around. You think it was something industrial? I suppose it could be. Looks like it's carbon-based. Narrows it down a lot. It's not exactly... Gulp! What is it? It doesn't make any sense, but... It's a match for patent NOD 52345S. A synthetically produced neurotransmitter analog for usage in organic android components. Serotonin. That explains a lot. A neurotransmitter would interact directly with the nervous system. In David's case, depressing it enough to put his life in danger. Ay. It also explains why it was a preset in his personal manufacturer. Sarah's nervous system, worth 10 times its weight in platinum, must be pumped full of it. So they think that was what killed him? Helen Young led the development of serotonin, didn't she? Yes, she did. I should go ask her about its composition then! Normally, someone at her level wouldn't be able to answer specific questions about a compound formulated years ago. But she does have a reputation for being very detail-oriented. That works out nicely then. They say she's the type of person to micromanage how much water people drink at a 15-minute stand-up.
11, 23, thank you. You get your Eimi Nuis when you can.
I heard a rumor that she once said bathroom breaks are timesheet theft. Aren't they? I'm kidding. But you should be careful about criticizing a superior where people could be listening. Good thing we've got privacy in your office. No one but the two of us listening in. Thanks for cooperating, Dawes. When the state storms the building and starts zip-tying people, I'll let them know that you were helpful. Yeah, nice joke. Does he know, chat? You are joking, right? Actually, there is one more thing I wanted to ask you. What's that? How long have you been a corporate spy? What? 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 Yesterday you let it slip that you worked in consulting! Oh my god! I forgot that! When did I learn that? I forgot when I learned that! Was that when I talked to Porter? No, that was when I talked with... Young said that. Okay, I was wondering if it was between the two of them. I forgot! Holy shit. That's crazy. That's fucking crazy. Oh my god. Had your guard down because I'm not part of the industry. I was a consultant. What are you talking about? When I walked in here, you said you didn't know how David died. But just now, you called serotonin a poison. What? I just assumed if a chemical was found in a dead man, and I'm sure you've got practiced answers to every logical point I could raise, so I'll just say this. Does the nervous guy bit really work on people? Keep your cool and people don't know what you're thinking. But if you act a little jumpy, they feel inclined to calm you down. Before they know it, they're spilling their guts just to have something to fill the silence with. Though it's not entirely an act these days. To answer your question, I did 3 tours in consulting. 4 quarters in internal affairs, spy hunting at the Western Division, then 8 embedded at Howe Industries. 24 months wearing different faces, answering to different names, sleeping for 1 hour at a time with 3D printed shiv under my pillow. My nerves are completely shot. My cover wouldn't last a day if I went back under. So you're a spy for a noble? Retired. You're working 6 days a week. 5.5 days a week. And in quality assurance. Trust me, this position is a cushy, generous reward for my past services. Well, you can't be that retired. You clearly know more than you're letting on. I have some old inboxes I still check. So, can you tell me what the hell's going on around here? Why I'm the one investigating David's death while your old coworkers are off twiddling their thumbs? It's that story. The soldier, the blood transfusion... Blood, not oxygen. He's finally shooting straight. Did something happen to him afterwards? Did the transfusion not last? No, there's nothing wrong with the blood. It's the story itself. There was a soldier and he did get injured. But it was on a base during a training exercise. There was a medical tent 10 meters away the whole time. The transfusion was just a fortuitous live test. His life was never in any danger. Doesn't make for much of a tearjerker. Not even a good photo op. Which our competitors understood. One of them, maybe a few of them, got a hold of the story, started puffing it up, astroturfing, painting over socials and virals. And by the next morning, we had the military thinking we're leaking like a sieve. Meanwhile, the media is bombarding us with requests for videos and interviews and data, and the state's praising our tech with one side of their mouth while threatening to mist us with the other for getting so greedy. Everyone in Noble's CCE has been slammed ever since. Trying to find an off-ramp for the story we can walk back the claims on without torpedoing our state contracts. I don't know what happened to Asher, whether it was an AI gone rogue or company infighting gone too far, but I can tell you it wasn't done by consultants. I got an achievement for this, whoa!
This is the power of pixel hunting, guys. I have to read every single article from every single data pad. Yes! My left-clicking bore fruit! Yes! Can you imagine a universe where I walked away without asking that? Oh!
That all you wanted to know? You think it's a smart idea to ask him about the psychiatrist? Or would that be like... unnecessarily, showing my hand. Why not? Okay. You worked in CCE. Was David actually seeing a psychiatrist, or was it all cloak and dagger bullshit? I know that office. Know some old co-workers who see them. So it's a front? They do both. So he was probably getting training, and he was probably talking to someone. Sorry, not the answer you were hoping for. Hoping? I wasn't hoping for any answer. The answer I expected was... You okay? That's all. Unless you got any advice. You're saying you want a consultation? Couldn't hurt, right? This company... All these companies hate to lose. So don't fight them. Make them think you're fighting for them. Well, that's just business as usual for me. Ay, ay, ay. Ay, ay, ay. Up until now, there's just been grating ambiguity about what actually killed David. We've had to use guesses in process of elimination, even a goddamn pseudonym. But I finally identified what the poison was. Now I just need to figure out how it got there. Or rather, who put it there. Which brings me back to here. An elevator shaft somewhere under or above ground with kilometers of concrete facelessness and bureaucratic authority surrounding me on all sides. An enemy in every cubicle and every office of every floor of this temple. Built to interpret the inscrutable divinations of a temperamental oracle named Share Price. Back in the belly of the beast. And yet I feel more at ease now than I have all weekend. Makes sense. Now that I know Noble's my enemy, I know where to aim. All that's left to do is... pull the trigger. Good thing I didn't bring a knife to this fight. I have a gun. And that sound just now tells me that it's playing its role perfectly. I'll never have a real use for a firearm with this much bloatware. But just by carrying it around and paying attention to when the hard safety flips on, I'll always get a heads up when the police have entered the vicinity. Hi, Detective Reyes, it's Morgan. Why did she name her Chuckles? That's so cute. Happened to get your contact info when you got me cleared for the crime scenes yesterday. Delete contact. Block this contact. Stop voice to text. How to stop voice to text. I just wanted to check in. Report this contact voice to text disable. And advise you that Noble's scared shitless of you stomping in and nationalizing the place. So they might be a little uncooperative when it comes to fetching documents. Block this contact. What makes you think we're at Noble? My bad then. Forget I said anything. And whatever you do, don't start your investigation with their stock buyback program. Trying reverse psychology. It only works if I care what you think. Stop voice to text. About time. I thought I'd have to ride the elevator for the next half hour.
Morgan Counselor, your presence has been requested on the upper floors.
Deja vu.
Might you have a moment to speak in private?
Always, but who's asking?
The board.
Oh, what the fuck? What are the chances? I've been wanting to speak to them too. Uh-oh. 1:40 p.m. Oh, brother. Noble Electronics Northeastern HQ. Conference room 108I. Evangeline Morgan. Helen Young. Thank you for making time in your schedule. Her posture, her tone, the fold of her clothes, professional, dialed up to 11. Corporate armor, a full set, her guard is up. Just Morgan is fine. You're just a few minutes early, Morgan. Typical corporate, never be the first one to show up, pissing contest nonsense. Doesn't even make sense. They called me in here. How could I possibly be early? Should I play nice? Am I supposed to play nice? I don't know. Is Morgan too pissed to play nice? Pardon me, in that case. 1,000 apologies, you voyeuristic rat-racing hollowheads, but I'm immune to your corporate posturing. If anything, knowing that you're all watching me right now, pretending to be busy with something else, just makes your cowardice that much more apparent. So, who exactly will be joining us? You don't have time to remember their names, and it won't do you much good, either. Right, so they're not just rich. They're anonymous rich. The Mob Act guarantees a minimum level of security and peace of mind for any citizen who might be targeted due to their financial status. Won't someone think of the bureaucrats? Protection of Reasonable and Anonymity Act. The Protection of Reasonable Anonymity Act is a law passed in 2059 and amended in 2061, intended to protect the safety of individuals with income above the 99th percentile of the nation. Won't someone think of the 1%? Labeled in the press as the Mob Act for its supposed goal of hindering mob justice, the PRAA establishes procedures and funding for technology that helps individuals within that particular tax bracket keep their name, face, and address off of the main net, ensuring that they and their families are not prejudiced against just because of their financial status. Economic uncertainty and civil unrest in the late 2050s led to a series of highly publicized crimes wherein corporate executives at a number of high-profile companies were stalked, harassed, and assaulted in net organized flash lynchings. Wow. After a particularly chaotic attack that resulted in the hospitalization of a 14-year-old, the PRAA was proposed, debated, and signed into law in just under 11 hours. A flash lynching case has not gone to trial since 2062, but the PRAA continues to protect citizens to this day. Some economists have pointed to the PRAA and its promise of anonymity as to why the nation has enjoyed a relative resurgence in corporate immigration over the last few decades. But the purposefully obscure nature of the law's implementation have made the task of weighing its true economic impact effectively impossible. Wow. Wow. Can you guys like sense me trying very hard not to open my mouth right now? Spoken like a true believer. Except Mob Act is what normal people call it. Touting the party line but allowing yourself one instance of rebellion? Or just a slip of the tongue? I would never fault anyone for wanting their privacy, especially not job creators. But it must get pretty inconvenient not having a name to call them. Not really. Conversations with them are always one-sided. Sounds like a great environment to do business in. Look at the building you're standing in. We managed to eke out a meager profit somehow. So if it works, it didn't take you for the might makes right type. And I didn't take you for a clueless bore incapable of reading the room. Sorry, did I say something off color? I was only being casual since it's just the two of us in here. Maybe we should take advantage of this rare bit of privacy. Clear the air. You're here to ask about Sarah, yes? As I said before, I had no idea that Dr. Asher had been building an android in his private property. And I can say here now that no one at Noble Electronics ever suspected that he was working to undermine the Tenet framework. She's trying to sound candid in her tone, but she's choosing her words with a surgeon's scalpel. Was she coached? Is that the truth, or is that your statement as VP of Android Futures? It's both, of course. Dr. Asher was always more than happy to hold himself up and work independently. We both know that. True? That was an interesting way. What are you saying? What are you saying? I've heard it.
Undermine! Undermine? Undermine. You said undermine? Whatever, I don't care.
He could be pretty reclusive. I'm sure it caused all kinds of headaches, him disappearing on you all like that. Must have been especially difficult when he came back with breakthroughs that propelled Noble to the top of the industry. You should take a seat. If that's everyone, shall we begin? I would fucking hate this. I would fucking hate this. Is there a problem with the sound? Anyone get muted by accident? No. Okay. Thanks for having me. I don't want to take too much of your time. I'm actually a bit flustered having you all show up here. I didn't expect to talk to anyone higher up than a service associate. You're investigating the death of Dr. David Asher. Why wouldn't we take that seriously? Because you want me to go away. At least, half of you do. The others aren't sure yet. You must be confused. The board is, as always, united in its decisions and its visions for the direction of this company. A board of directors is just 13 roulette-rolling psychopaths who get together and vote on whether or not to execute their CEO every 6 months. None of them would be where they are if they were anything else. But I happen to know how that kind of person thinks. The way I see it, there are 2 possible outcomes. Option 1, you oppose me. Shut me out completely, stonewall me, stall me, and wait for me to walk into trial so unprepared, ill-informed, that I'll inevitably lose. Obviously, I don't like this option. But you can't be big fans of it either. If I lose, the world will learn that David Asher was killed by an android he programmed. Then every customer you've ever had, and every lawyer they've ever seen on TV, and every firebrand-strapping young 60-year-old junior senator looking to make a name for themselves will use your company balance sheet as their personal chew toy. The company is more than capable of, after which the state still might just gobble you whole and throw down enough sanctions to deperson whomever among you cries no fair. The company and its allies at the Capitol can more than fend for themselves. Yes, probably, but not definitely, which makes it a gamble. Still my turn to talk? Then on to option 2. You cooperate with me. I use what you give me, or forge for me, to win at trial, proving that David wasn't killed by an android. When the markets open tomorrow morning, you all get another round of stock buybacks on the initial dip. Then pat yourselves on the back for staying calm as you continue to profit off David's legacy for the next 100 years. And you won't even have to worry about him speaking out of turn. That's only if you win. If the company cooperates with you, denies that David was killed by... and the state beats you anyway, it would be catastrophic. Yeah, it's a gamble. But if at least some of your board wasn't considering taking it, I wouldn't be here. We're all busy people, and I'd hate to drive a wedge between such a close-knit group of friends, so how about this? Option 3, hedge your bets. What? Put a little on black, put a little on red, spread the love, and lower your risk profile. Don't make any statements about the trial. Let the media, the state's got your windpipe in a vice. Oh wait, what the fuck? Tell the media the state's got your windpipe in a vice. Wait until just before the markets open Monday morning to send out your PR packages for rubber stamping. After you already know who's won. One way or another, this trial will be over before the end of the day, and you'll never hear from me again. So just shut me out completely for another few hours. And does anyone second that motion? Very well. We can answer some of your questions, counselor. Better make them count then. No reason to be shy now. The poison that killed Dr. David Asher has been identified as serotonin. You're familiar? It's one of our many patented materials, as I recall. You recalled it pretty easily yesterday. Gee, what's changed? But intellectual property law can be very complex, counselor. I'm not sure how much I or anyone at the company could tell you about serotonin at this time. Well, if you can't tell me about it, who could? You did lead its development, did you? Yes, I oversaw the project, which just makes it that much harder to speak freely without compromising the confidentiality of the teams that reported to me. I understand. That sounds like bullshit, and I don't believe it. But I'm not asking for trade secrets here. It's a perfect match for the only foreign substance found in his blood. Serotonin is what killed him. The state will say the same. That's not possible. Care to elaborate? I'm sorry, but I can't say any more at this time. So much for cooperating. And if I were to ask you as an officer of the court, then I would ask you to be patient and wait until this afternoon. ADA Rockford has already called me to testify. Already? Damn it! I got cocky because of the cops' late arrival. Emma must have gone straight for the throat first thing this morning and left the investigating for later. Hell, knowing her, she probably managed to ID the serotonin before she went to bed last night. So, are we still having this conversation then? As I said, I'm sorry. But I have to take more than just my personal feelings into consideration here. There's a great deal at stake. Corporate speak for you're too stupid to understand why I'm being dense. She's just trying to shield the company, plain and simple. LARPing as Helen Young d'Arc on a crusade against the government overreach. But if she's that busy defending Noble, she might be leaving herself unguarded. Why is she here anyway? Why am I speaking to her, not her lawyers? That's right. This is a vulnerable position for her. She wouldn't put herself in check like this, not unless she was forced to. So that's it. Acting as their mouthpiece isn't some honor for her. This is a punishment. She's being used as a meat shield. They're upset with her, perhaps even suspicious of her. Time to find out why. I don't like playing blackjack. I'm bad at it. My chips, my blind! She's kind of giving Nadami Shoko. That's her name, right? I don't know. Whatever else the courts end up labeling her, Sarah is a remarkably lifelike android. Had things worked out differently, you might have wanted her as the A16 poster girl. Or A17. Or 18. Could have driven a lot of sales, her cute little pelt projected across the sides of skyscrapers. A hypothetical of a hypothetical. As has been made tragically obvious to all of us, that android is nothing like the A16. That it may yet be associated with our products going forward is nothing more than a massive liability. Yet you wouldn't have the A16 without her. And if they could take her apart and learn from her, they could have the world. So was the motive to try and pry Sarah away from him? I don't know. okay. If I get penalized, I'm blaming you guys. Sarah's worth a lot of money, in part because her creator isn't around to replicate her. Were you all hoping to take her by force and reverse engineer her once David was out of the way? Don't be absurd. That machine is nothing but lawsuits and congressional hearings and PR nightmares waiting to happen. The company doesn't need her, no matter how advanced she is. So...
Alright, everyone, come here. Come here. I'm opening my arms. It's for a hug. Please don't worry about the knife hidden behind me. Yay! Everyone! Yay! Woohoo! Thank you! Yay! Woohoo!
they used the king. We were already at 11 out of 21. We only need steady growth and increased market share. That would give you 21? I don't know. Fuck if I know.
But the answer is still wrong. Boop boop! Boop boop!
Trying to steal away Sarah with brute bloody force does seem absurd when she puts it that way. Has David's will been located? It had never gone anywhere. It's still in the safety deposit box. We'll retrieve it and have it read once all the unknowns surrounding his death have been made into knowns. So David's will hasn't even become part of the equation yet. It might not be for weeks at this rate. Is that calculated, though? Aren't you dragging your feet? Afraid that there's something in the will you'd rather not have see the light of day? We are not jealous in-laws who've been bribing the county sheriff counselor. Anything we try to claim would inevitably be overturned as soon as the will is read. Surely you understand that, counselor. Of course. No, I don't, actually. I have to admit, I'm surprised you aren't more shaken up today, Miss Young. I'm processing. After all, you and David did have a history. You started at the same time, didn't you? Yes. We were colleagues and cordial with one another. I don't know what I'm doing. Don't be so modest. You helped him create the one-point doctrine that saved the company. That is a gross exaggeration. Noble is far too large an organization to be affected. And the contributions of an individual. Suppose you're right. No one person could change Noble's fortunes overnight. Except for David Asher, of course. But he was a once-in-a-generation talent. The guy Noble chose for the advertisements, and the one they commissioned editorials about. Sorry, you're right. I shouldn't have equated the two of you. I just hoped his one-point doctrine doesn't fall out of favor now that he's gone. Yes, well, we certainly wouldn't want that. Well, she didn't exactly explode with rage, but she definitely reacted. There's real jealousy there. Whether it ever boiled over, though? I didn't mean to pry about your relationship with David, or lack thereof. I suppose I'm just curious about his standing inside Noble as a whole. David Asher was, and always will be, an outstanding contributor to the company's forward progress. Nothing will ever change that. Not even if he was killed by one of his own creations. That would, of course, but a tragic element that would call for reconsideration of his legacy. She was almost caught off guard there. Like she was surprised for me to be asking about Sarah ruining his reputation. I love asking things, bro. Besides Sarah, David's reputation was crystal clean. He never went against the company once. Did he? That's... Unless I'm mistaken, he and Noble were on bad terms. In that case, I might get the impression that some parts of leadership were actually glad to see him taken off the chessboard. That is not... Something buzzing in your ear? Fine. I suppose it makes no difference if you hear it now, or at the trial, or on your feed tomorrow. Dr. David Asher was being sued by the company for breach of contract. Satisfied? Now we're talking! Well then, I suppose that's...
Ayya! Ayya!
So you couldn't have mentioned this breach of contract earlier? Not without complicating the company's position unnecessarily, no. But there's no hiding it at this point. It'll all come out soon enough. There's a paper trail? Much more than that. We've been making moves to let him go for some time. Noble Electronics parting ways with David Asher? Must have been one hell of a breach of contract. What did he do? He betrayed the confidence of the board. Was he contesting the suit? Putting up a fight? Engaging in a legal battle against a mega corporation without even telling me? Until recently, yes. You mean until he died? How recently? We spoke on Friday. That was what you two talked about in his parlor? No. This was earlier in the day. We were in this room, actually. Him and me, and several members of our legal department. It was an arbitration. Arbitration? Yes. And did you come to an agreement? A compromise. He would resign from his position in 2 quarters, forgoing royalties on any products we would develop after the next 24 months. In exchange, he wouldn't be publicly fired, and he would still be credited on all past, present, and future filings. Whoa! How very reasonable. On paper, maybe. No matter what the deal was, letting go of David Asher is fucking insane. Reasonable, yes. We ended on a good note, I'd like to think. We shook hands. Even took a photo. Yeah, that looks... Lovely. Something funny? Didn't know the board told jokes. They don't. That was legal, expressing their displeasure with how much paperwork my good note ending left them stuck with. Children. It was just one night of overtime. So while they were spending their Friday night blowing the ink dry, you paid a visit to David's penthouse. Something left unfinished? Professionally, it was a good meeting. There was no yelling, no finger pointing. Much cleaner than expected. But Dr. Asher did not want to retire. He didn't want to be forced out of the company when he was the one when he had contributed so much. I didn't enjoy doing that to him, so I came over that night to apologize to him. We talked, reminisced. When he brought out the drinks, I thought we'd be toasting to a new day. A few minutes later, he was dead. Because of that AI. That AI. Any ideas how it came to be? As I said, I had no idea he was working on it. My question was more broad than that. If you really believe David built an AI, how do you think he did it? How does Noble Electronics think he managed to work around the tenets? It's quite beyond my area of expertise. And no one at the company could call themselves an expert in illegal technology. But some in the R&D department have theorized that he created what they call a wax-lane decaying priority loop. Which, as I understand, is an unstable, resource-intensive theoretical method for pseudo-randomizing the weight against preset tenets. Well... yeah, whatever. About as far off target as it gets with that, guess. But that kind of inelegant brute force nonsense seems a far cry from the kind of thing David would create, and I seem to have taken us over our allotted time slot. But I didn't even get to wave goodbye. You're serious about this trial? Don't I look it? You're not just making a play, you're actually going to defend that thing. I'm just defending myself, Miss Young. Oh yes, of course you are, my mistake. I hoped you might be rooting for me, to tell you the truth. I may yet save everyone's stock options. The stock options will be alright either way. They always are. That gamble I offered your board, which outcome would you bet on? Finally, an easy question. What I would bet is that whatever the outcome, the company will eat it up and shit it out with very little difficulty. You painted an ugly picture back there, but I've already seen the future. And it's just another marketing gimmick. The great Dr. Asher, too smart, too bold, too far ahead of his time. What spark of his genius remains buried in the inspired Animate 19? I guess that depends on... You were exactly right. He is more valuable to Noble as a dead man. Whoop. Dead men can't step out of line or put their foot in their mouths or hold politically inconvenient options. To a good salesperson, a dead man is just another selling point. Pardon my outburst. I'm just tired. It's been a very long week for me. I'll let you prepare for your afternoon then, Dr. Young. No one calls me doctor. I asked them not to. You didn't want the title? At times I have thought very little of it. The PhD I earned from a Noble-owned school. Biochemistry. It couldn't have been a large department at Noble before they started work on warm androids in earnest. They probably didn't have many expectations for the program back when she was a part of it. But I was proud of it when I first got it. Something changed? It never seemed to catch on. People didn't use it, so eventually I told people not to use it. A very high IQ social power play, you understand? David never insisted that people use it either. That's very different, and I know you know. I think you know it. David Asher didn't have to. Oh, Miss Young. Oh. I'm going into this trial, my trial, with a lot less ammunition than I'd like. Are we already at the courthouse? I'm beginning to form a picture of what actually happened, maybe even circling the drain on the suspect. But Emma won't be generous enough to give me breathing room. She'll want to end this fast. Maybe if I do badly enough, it'll flip her sadistic switch and she'll want to keep playing? No. So, you got charged with owning an AI. First time you do something exciting in your whole life. And I gotta find out through the fucking grapevine? My life is pretty exciting. Freckles. You could board the polish of a resume-checking robot. I fucked Catholic school teachers with more active nightlives than you. That's crazy. Okay. So, who'd you rope in? Anyone I know? Oh shit. Are you representing yourself? Fits within my budget. Screw your budget. You're going to jail. Thanks for the vote of confidence. It ain't a matter of how good a lawyer you are. Anyone who represents themselves in court has a fool for counsel. You represented yourself countless times. Not for anything I had a chance of losing. Your pal hasn't even been dead for 48 hours. You're too close to this. You'll make mistakes. The powers that be really didn't want to give me a rain check. They're taking this very seriously. It's more dangerous than that. They're scared. Is there precedent? An ad committing murder? How'd you pass law school without learning how to look this shit up? I know what the net says. I'm asking you. The answer to that is... not helpful to you at the moment. The hat? So what words of advice do you have? Get yourself a new lawyer! I'm gonna close this chat now. Don't lose, Freckles. You don't need to tell me that.
Oh, what are you reading, Adonai?
I was reading David's employment contract with Noble Electronics before I got waylaid by spam texts.
The one we found inside the panic room. It looks quite extensive. Should I skim it for you?
Depends. Did you pass the bar exam since we last spoke?
Hmm.
You comfortable?
I am not.
Ever seen that old movie with the gorilla and a skyscraper? They bring it to the city and...
I understand the analogy, Adonai.
I wish I could call it overkill. But considering the specs Sarah put up yesterday, maybe those bindings aren't heavy enough. Come to think of it, those numbers must have been faked along with the rest of what the machine read. If that was all a smokescreen David added to help her lay low, then her actual strength is more like... If your joints weren't currently locked up tighter than a vice, do you think you could escape this place?
I hope that question is not indicative of your strategy.
This is me trying to distract you, Sarah. Enjoy the hypothetical.
I would estimate that the building's automated security would put 9 holes in me before I reached the door.
9's not so bad.
I would not be able to function after the 7th.
Well, if you haven't been planning some great escape...
I would not do that. That would be illegal. And you would still be on trial.
I remember. So what have you been doing all day then?
I am attempting to recover memories from Friday.
You can do that?
It's not dissimilar from the process of recovering data erased from any other computer. Despite the difference in scale. I won't be able to remember everything, but if successful, I could recall individual pieces of information that could prove useful.
That's a lot of coulds. And even if you're successful, you may not like what you find. Whatever happens that day, either you or David wanted you to forget it.
Yes. But even so, I have to remember. Because it's the last day that Father and I...
Any luck so far then?
I can recall a slightly musty scent.
Wow! Case closed!
What about you, Adonai? Have you formulated a plan for the trial's proceedings?
Something like that. Young insists that serotonin isn't what killed David. I don't buy it. There's no other explanation for how he died.
So she is lying?
And if she repeats that lie on the stand, I'll need to expose it.
Somehow.
Somehow.
Would she really commit perjury to protect Noble? To protect one of Noble's patents?
She doesn't strike me as quite the corporate zealot she makes herself out to be.
But you believe that she had something to do with Father's death.
What do you think?
I don't know why anyone would kill Father.
Considering the possible consequences of what he confessed to in his journal, I can think of...
But then again, I don't understand why anyone would kill anyone.
That's... oh, brother. Oh, Lord.
Do you?
Bells tolling for thee means that the doors to the courtroom are unlocked. Wait, can you walk like that? Waddle will have to do. Wait a second, across the hall, that's... Yo! Keep waddling, Sarah. I'll catch up.
As you say, Adonai.
This'll be a coin toss. You that surprised to see me? I'm not surprised you'd want to see the outcome of this trial. I am surprised you'd want to talk to me. You're defending the android, right? Yeah, I'm defending Sarah's innocence. I don't think she killed David. Do you? I don't think it matters. Noble is what killed David. Whether it was with a pen stroke or a sleeper agent killer android or plain old goddamn arsenic, how could anyone that smart be that dumb? Why the hell did he ever sign his soul over to them? David may have been over in his head. David may have been in over his head, but he wasn't a bad negotiator. I've read his contract. His position was strong. You were the lawyer. But a guy like me, working in music, can't tell you how many people I've seen screwed over by a big smile and a fat signing bonus. No such thing as corporate generosity. If you think you're getting a good deal, it's only because you don't know how much you just sold. How much you just sold. David's real wealth lied in his intellectual property, the potential energy of it, hanging over the whole industry. If he sued even 1% of the companies taking inspiration from his Turing solution, there's a clause in his contract. If Noble ever did fire David, he would have retained control over all his patents afterwards. Yeah, see, that sounds nice. Only they never did fire him, did they? He just happened to die. An unforeseeable act of God. In contract law, they call that force majeure. Okay. I don't know that word.
I said, did you find anything interesting in the contract, Adonai?
Did I? A few things, yeah. Basically, David was well taken care of so long as they kept him around, and he'd retain control of his patents even after being let go. What Porter said. Logically, if David were to pass while still employed, Noble would continue to control the bulk of his IP. So if they knew David was going to leave in a year...
It would be very foolish of them to let Father go.
Well, he wouldn't do it for no reason. With this contract, he could only be fired for serious offenses. Corporate malfeasance. Malfeasance! See, I would have said malfeasance, not z.
See, sometimes you just gotta look things up. It's okay to look things up.
You forgot I was voicing the characters?
What do you mean? It's me, Sarah. Sarah Asher. Or Sarah Morgan, I don't know actually. Morgan, do I have a last name?
Do you want a last name?
I don't find the need. I think Sarah suits me just fine. But if I were to have a last name, what would it be?
Go back to watching your movies.
Okay, yay!
She's roleplaying on Maine. I'm sorry. With this contract, he could only be fired for serious offenses. Corporate malfeasance? Revealing trade secrets, fraud.
Father was not a fraud. He was, as they say, the greatest of all time. My father was the GOAT.
Yes, I got the reference, Sarah. I know what that stands for.
He was goated, Morgan. My father was goated.
Let me see. Oh, evidence. Oh shit. Okay, it updated actually. David would keep ownership of his patents. Patents can't be terminated without serious cause. Serious cause includes only fraud or worse. Fraud defined as manipulating company data. What did he do for him to get fired? Or let go? Arbitration? What is resignation? He didn't get fired, he resigned. Young set up the meeting and controlled every aspect from the refreshments to the timing. Refreshments, huh? Refreshments, huh? Okay. Retirement, what is a settlement of a dispute or question at issue. Oh, okay. Fraud just means lying to the company about something, Sarah.
Oh.
Eyes up. Showtime. You know?
What?
I said showtime.
Oh. Are you perhaps referencing hit JRPG Persona 5? That's what the character Joker says before...
You can stop, Sarah.
Oh, okay, yay.
Counselor Morgan. The state charges you with possession of contraband.
Contraband?
That would be you. In violation of the Safeguarding Our National Digital Security Act. How do you plead? Not guilty. Very well. Since it seems that we are, in fact, doing this, I'll now turn over the administration of this trial to the adjutant. But be warned, any attempts at stalling or muddling the issue, and I'll step right in and override the trial myself. Summary judgment, siding with the people. Are we understood? Yes, Your Honor.
Are we going to have the same adjutant as we had before?
No way. Each courthouse only has so many bodies, but the personalities swap around all the time. So the chances of us dealing with the same glitchy mess as yesterday are...
Glad to be back! Did you all miss me?
No fucking way.
No fucking way.
Don't say that. No fucking way. Emma!
Forget if I said anything. I'll just go crawl into a rocket status.
Ahem.
The defendant is the owner of the Android registered under the model name Sarah, with license number 12029280. She hasn't contested this, and I doubt she will. So the question of ownership is already answered. All that remains is to determine whether Sarah qualifies as contraband. It's a charming android, incredibly well made, a masterpiece, and the last known work of a great man. But when we look at the evidence and the facts surrounding the death of Dr. Asher, we're forced to conclude that said android is responsible for his death. And that conclusion carries very serious implications. I will prove here in court today that the machine standing there killed David Asher. Not through an accident or mismanaged dosage, but through an intentional poisoning. I won't ask the court to judge this machine on its apparent sentience, its range of emotions, or the free will it may or may not possess. I only ask that the court judge this creation on what we will prove it to be more than capable of. Patricide. I didn't do nothing.
Woof. I don't want to have to follow that act.
But go for it anyway, defense!
Your Honor, what the DA said is true.
What did she just say? Did she just admit it?
Sorry, just the first part. Ugh. This android is charming, and it is the work of a great man. The rest of it was pure speculation based on little more than a few bad camera angles and a phobia of anything new. I do own the android you see here. It was bequeathed to me by a man known to most of the people in his courtroom as the father of modern machine intelligence. To me, he was just my friend. And if I thought at any point that this puppet had anything to do with his death, I would have dragged it to the chopping block myself. Teehee? But I don't believe that. I never have. Sarah is an android, nothing more. It is incapable of homicide, and it didn't even commit manslaughter. It's just a well-made machine. Any fears one has about its capabilities are projections, nothing more. And it troubles me greatly that the state is spending valuable time and resources on rushing to pulverize Dr. Asher's last known work, when it could be going after the very real, very human forces that were responsible for his death.
Is she serious? Is she talking about Noble?
The people can't prove that Sarah is an AI. And truth be told, I can't prove that it isn't. But I can prove that it's not guilty. And that's exactly what I'm going to do.
Chills! You sounded very confident, Adonai.
Yeah, well, no one ever got good at lying by being modest.
You could have simply said thank you. Her pout is just too cute.
London jump scare.
Thank you for your presence here today, Detective London. In light of the new evidence, I'd like to go over the death of Dr. Asher one more time. What happened Friday night?
At 6:30 p.m., Dr. David Asher spoke on the phone with his lover, and two of them broke things off.
Lover? It's an accurate description of their relationship, is it not?
I wouldn't know. That stuff's private.
Adonai.
Then, the deceased met with Noble VP Helen Young in his parlor starting around 7:30 p.m. He then left the parlor and sightlines of his home's security system, before reappearing on his private secondary security system in his basement moments later. At which the android Sarah can be seen handing him the poison he'd go on to drink.
And do you see that android in the courtroom?
Yep. She's a green-haired one that's frowning at me.
Gee, that is a commonly used trope in Japanese animated media, in which the character verbally orates the onomatopoeia of looking at something. Gee.
Anyways, let the record show that the android Sarah has been identified at the scene of the crime. No objections.
Huh? None? Then why did I even show up?
Detective London, what happened next? Asher went upstairs and shared a drink with Miss Young. Within a few minutes, he was being airlifted to the hospital, where he was soon declared dead. We know that the poison could be produced by his manufacturer, which Sarah had access to just up the stairs in his workshop.
So Sarah had ample opportunity to procure the poison, and Sarah handled Dr. Asher's cup immediately before he did.
Is there a question in that statement, Your Honor?
I'll rephrase. Was anyone else seen handling Dr. Asher's cup before he died?
No.
I have no further questions. Okay. So that's your witness, counselor.
He wasn't lying per se, but there was some ambiguity in the statement he gave. Truth's gotta come out one way or another. If Emma won't push, I'll have to pull. Talk screen, basement footage, whiskey. At 6:30, David. 7:30, Helen Young arrived. They spoke briefly, then went downstairs. I got drinks with them. Cameras. So after he came back to the parlor and started drinking. It wasn't long until he lost consciousness and died. Drinking a poisoned whiskey while he thought he was having a toast. Don't know if that's a good way or bad way to go out. I heard a slight slip up there. Could go nowhere, but at this stage I need to pick out every loose thread I can. Yes. Oh, fuck. God damn it.
Bleh.
That's the best you got? I didn't think it was all that bad.
Depends on the grading curve. I gave you an F. Overruled. Fuck. What? How is that not correct? You said poisoned whiskey and the whiskey wasn't poisoned.
Am I supposed to use the talks report? The talk screen? She just gave him the cups, right? Okay. Check that footage again, Detective London. We only see Sarah handing the victim a cup. He had already retrieved the whiskey himself.
Oh yeah, forgot about that. Detective London wasn't being specific enough, Your Honor. But it matters little, since it was David's cup, not the whiskey bottle that was poisoned. A weird flex, but okay. And that undeniable fact is shown clearly in the security footage. Sarah hands him a cup after he was ready to leave.
True, she did call David back and handed him a cup of poison. I
don't know. Gamble?
Okay, I'm being encouraged. And with this encouragement, I shall take courage. If the cup was already poisoned, don't you think David would have noticed it wasn't empty?
Well, not necessarily. The lethal dose could have been quite small. If it were just a droplet, he could have easily overlooked it. For Sarah, this crime was very simple. There was too little to the plan for anything to go wrong. Once she handed it off, she just had to wait for him to drink from his cup.
Is that all she'd have needed to do? I don't... $20 milligrams of a depressant? It has to be a raise, right? Not a great plan if that really was Sarah's move. She gave him 2 cups. How could she have known which cup David would drink from? Oh, that makes more sense.
There are a few ways to go about it. But it's only a 50-50 shot, Counselor. Stranger things have happened.
Don't try and bluff me, Rockford. There was no difference between the cups.
It's not a bluff. Sarah handed the cups to him in one stack, with the poison hidden in the bottom cup. She knew David was courteous and would pour for his guest first. So he wouldn't even look into the poisoned cup until he was already pouring. Cold-blooded patricide executed by taking calculated advantage of Dr. Asher's kindness.
She was luring me in with those easy answers, and I fell for it!
Now, are there some questions you'd like to ask the detective while he's available? Or are you done already?
I was just about to get started. Even if I didn't have questions, I'd make some up just to spite you at this point. But I can do better than that. Now, what can I get London to say that would help my case? Emma Rockford, the woman yet you are! What do I need? What do I need to... Fuck! What would help my case? This was a pretty recent conversation topic. Maybe it's relevant. Detective, do you know how many violent incidents the city's police have investigated in the last year? Not the exact number. Thousands, though? Yeah, around there. And of those thousands of incidents of violence, do you know how many of them were found to be the fault of automated dependents? I believe there's been 6 in the last 5 years. Were all 6 of them incidents of police license to add involved brutality?
Relevance, Your Honor?
Withdrawn. As an aside, Detective, do you know how many tenants are recognized in this country? 110. 112 as of this year. Couldn't you have given me that one? Do you know how many of those tenets pertain to protecting humans from harm? That one I do know. 41. And lastly, Detective, how many times in the last, say, century have we seen automated dependents break their tenets? 5 times is the agreed upon number. So if you were to tally that all up and try to make an evaluation as a police officer charged with protecting civilians, overall you would say that automated dependents in general are how dangerous to the public?
The witness is not an expert on automated dependents, Your Honor.
He's more than qualified to say whether they have a history of violence, Your Honor.
Oh, what the heck? Let him answer!
I would have to say that they are not dangerous. Normally that would have bought me some doubt with the jury, but this isn't a traditional trial. At least I can say that I shored up my own confidence. Fuck. Detective London, in their capacity as assistants to the police force, are androids ever asked to commit acts of violence? Yeah, I guess so. They can push people, restrain them, harm them. And does that constitute a violation of their tenets, harming the people they're supposed to protect? Well, as I understand it, there might be some complex weighting math that goes into it, but no, it's not breaking any tenets. For that to be the case, they'd have to have tenet 1, right? May not injure or through inaction lead to blah blah blah. Yes, I suppose that would have to be the case, wouldn't it? Fuck. I mean, are you asking me? Detective, in the footage we just saw, could you see what Sarah was doing? Not exactly, no. Her back was to the camera and her hands were obscured. Could you see her hands from any other clip of camera footage retrieved from the basement? No. Did you or anyone else participating in the investigation ever see Sarah put anything into David Asher's cup? No. The footage submitted to the record is the best available view of what happened. Alright. Okay. Seems like that's as close as I'm gonna get to... blackjack. Okay, that could have gone a lot worse. Yay! I believe I made my point. I have no more questions for this witness, Your Honor.
Then we can move on to the next item on the docket.
Looks like Emma wants to introduce some new evidence. I call Sarah to the stand. What? The androids? Can she even do that? Approach, Your Honor.
Uh-huh.
You're approaching me? I believe it's me they wanted to speak with.
It was a reference. You wouldn't get it. Fuck. I didn't even get to finish my line.
Now then. What the hell are you doing, Rockford? Took the words right out of my mouth.
I have questions for the android. This seemed like the best way to get answers.
You can't call an android as a witness. It's not a person.
There's plenty of precedence for it. Ads provide testimony all the time.
Not when they're on trial.
Sarah isn't on trial, you are.
Sarah's accused of being an AI. That means you don't trust a word out of its mouth.
If the witness isn't to be trusted, the court can decide that for itself after hearing their testimony.
Why the ambush? Why'd you list this as entering evidence, DA Rockford?
Only people can be witnesses, Your Honor, and ads don't have legal personhood. Evidence seemed like the worst descriptor.
You know I can't make an android swear an oath. Rockford is just trying to spoil your opinion, Your Honor. The more this court treats Sarah like a person, the more you'll see her as human, and the weaker my case becomes in your eyes. Nice try, counselor. But we don't have time to worry about my impartiality. You're free to call for a mistrial if you want, but the state will have turned Sarah to slag before you even finish signing your motion. Rockford's calling a witness that is blatantly hostile to her case.
If the witness is hostile, so be it. It did kill a man after all.
Allegedly. What about the right to avoid self-incrimination?
Who's the one treating Sarah like a person now? Androids don't have rights.
Damn it, The android will take the stand. Your Honor, I've made my decision. And if Sarah refuses to take the stand, are you going to charge it with contempt of court? If the machine won't talk, you'll make every effort as its owner to ensure that it does. And if it disobeys you, then we'll have our answer about its sentience right then and there. Yes, Your Honor. Shit!
What's going on?
The DA is going to question you on the stand.
What? But I shouldn't...
Listen to me. You don't have a choice right now. This is happening. Tell the truth, but be concise. The more robotic, the better. Yes or no's only if you can. Would using affirmative and negative be laying it on too thick?
But Adonai, if I make a mistake, all these people, they want to destroy me.
If you make a mistake, your lawyer will just have to cover for you. Understand?
Yes. You are the android identified as Sarah, correct? Affirmative. Do you deny that this camera footage shows you handling the poisoned cup?
Objection! It remains to be seen whether the cup itself was definitively poisoned.
Yes. Sarah, do you deny handing that cup to David Asher? Negative? I have no memory of the incident, so I can neither confirm nor deny it. Do you have any reasoning, any excuse for your actions, for failing to notify police of crucial information? I do not have any records from that day, so I never had anything to tell anyone. Very well. Counselor?
Me?
The journal, if you will.
Oh, Lord. This could be a slaughter. Of course.
Do you recognize this item? It's a journal that belongs to Dr. David Asher. I have seen him write in it on many occasions. And have you any knowledge of its contents? Negative. You don't have to answer that, actually. Tell the court what you see here in this footage. I see myself reading the journal in the basement. This footage was captured on Friday, the day you claim to have no memory of. So regardless of what you do or don't remember, we know that you read this journal hours before David Asher died. That is logical. I'd like you to read some passages from it for the court. Can you do that? Of course. Page 238, the 10th line. Sarah is growing faster than I ever expected, beyond my wildest dreams or fears. Today, she... Continue, please. Today, she broke every password I have in the house. Said she was curious. I can't expect to keep things from her forever. Page 251, line 12. I've gravely underestimated the scope of things. Sarah could change everything, and I don't think I could stop her. He wasn't... Page 263.
Damn it! If this keeps up, Sarah's going to fall to pieces up there. Do I defend the daughter? I defend my daughter. I protect my daughter. But what if she remembers something? What if she remembers something? Yeah, I don't even... what am I even supposed to... What am I even gonna say? What objection can I even... Badgering, Your Honor?
Badgering what witness, counselor? I'm just making the android do some simple tasks.
Damn it! I can't raise an objection when Sarah's got no legal status for me to defend.
Page 263, I said. I think Sarah was angry today. When I came back from work, she had ripped a Zin alloy plate in half. She said she was testing her strength, but the cameras... That was... Page 267. Sarah scared me today.
If she starts bawling on the stand, it's all over. Your Honor! New sprite. I fail to see the value in continuing this line of questioning. Dr. Asher was wary of a highly experimental android he was building, as any good scientist would be. That's been established.
Do the people have a counter-argument? I have just one last question, if it pleases the court. Let's hear it.
This footage was captured in the basement on Friday at around 5:30 p.m. Tell the court what you see.
I see myself standing where I was when I read the journal. I'm speaking to someone who's off camera, and I appear agitated, and I stomp my foot.
And what happens to the floor after you stomp your foot?
A large crack is made in the vulcanized polymer. And I walk off camera towards whomever I'd been speaking to.
Speaking or shouting? Asked and answered.
Not really, but I'll withdraw the comment nonetheless.
Your witness, counselor, or evidence. Your witness, counselor, or evidence, if you prefer. Damn, I knew she could cherry pick all the worst passages from the journal, but still. If Barrels wasn't wavering before, should I try to have Sarah read the mushy parts? No, the waterworks would start after only a few lines. Emma went to all that trouble to show how emotionally developed Sarah is. Proving that she loved David like a father would be playing right into her hand.
What do you say, counselor? Got some burning cues for the android to answer?
Yes, Your Honor, just one moment. Emma went for emotion and the impact was devastating, so all I can do is focus on the facts. So let's flip this around. Say Sarah absolutely didn't poison David. If that's the case, why did she call him back on his way out of the basement? Wait, that's... I'd like to ask you to read from the journal again, Sarah.
You would? From where?
From the section that explains what you were actually trying to do that night. The section of his journal detailing... Look around the early section. There should be an entry talking about an early victory at Noble. Relevance! The people will see in just one moment that this story is the key to this entire case.
Got approval from overseas. Have to make pitch again this week, Young says. Brought me a stack of plastic cups. Here's to a bright future together. And then on this next page, another victory for the young and sleepless. Helen convinced the president of Futures over lunch that my code should be the basis for the Anime 13's conversational tracking. She insisted on toasting the same crappy booze and the same cheap cups. Wants to make a tradition.
Plastic cups and liquor. A ritual between Helen Young and David Asher, who were about to have a drink together Friday night.
Something you want to say, counselor?
Let's put all our cards on the table, shall we?
You want to compare theories? If you'd rather I end this now, I'll happy to oblige. Oblige. Sorry, I don't know why I pronounce it like that. Here's what we know. Gulp! Gulp! Sarah read that journal and discovered what she was. It infuriated her, and she wanted revenge for being kept under her maker's thumb. That very night, she got her chance when Dr. Asher came down looking for a drink. So, like the clever little helper she is, she offered him a cup to drink out of.
We're completely in agreement on all of that.
So you also agree that the cup was poisoned, and that Sarah's responsible for his death.
Not quite. It's not a bad explanation, Miss Rockford, but it is terribly complex. There's a much simpler reasoning for why Sarah did what she did. What, do I really just do that?
This story from the journal, you're saying...
Sarah wasn't planning anything. She was just being considerate.
That's so sweet! But I don't follow it, like, at all.
It's actually quite simple. Sarah's not an AI. She only threw a tantrum that day because she found out she was being spied on. A realistic reaction for an android designed to be realistic. David Asher set her memory to be cleared himself because he wanted to preserve the experiment he was running. Sarah didn't hatch a plan to poison him using an obscure chemical acquired from the lab, and she didn't subtly manipulate David into drinking from one of only 2 cups. Because the android read the whole journal that day. Meaning she also read how David and Young used to celebrate. And so when she saw David was leaving the basement without the nostalgic cups, she called him back to hand them to him. Simple, right?
Simple enough for me! But not nearly good enough for me.
What's more likely, Miss Rockford? That a well-made, clever android proposed a sentimental addition to 2 friends this evening? Or that a homegrown AI with groundbreaking physical and digital abilities concocted a complicated poisoning scheme just to kill an unimposing man? All on camera, mind you, before voluntarily submitting to a memory wipe.
People make all kinds of stupid mistakes when they commit crimes, counselor. We shouldn't expect an AI to act much differently.
Is it stupid or dangerous? Can't have it both ways, Your Honor.
We can if it's ignorant of its power, and still immature. A deadly trait to have in an AI that's capable of anything.
Shall we see what Sarah's capable of then, Your Honor?
What?
You can't be... Your Honor, that's... The people opened the door!
True. And I can't resist open doors. Let's do it! Oh, what are you even...
Sarah, David Asher was your creator and your designated owner, correct?
Should I still be using affirmative?
And now that title falls to me. Answer her, Morgan!
Yes?
Great, thank you. Now, turn off.
What?
Shut down. That's a command.
Shinori me.
Power on.
What are you?
Off.
Shinori me.
On.
Adonai, I don't.
Off.
Shinori me.
That right there, ladies and gentlemen, is what this fearsome machine menace is capable of. I can put it to sleep with one word. So how could David Asher ever be threatened by it?
Scary good logic.
You made your point, counselor. Let's move it along. I have no further queries for the machine, Your Honor.
Thank you.
For flipping you off? And on? Can't imagine that was comfortable.
It wasn't. But I wasn't referring to that. Since yesterday, I've been searching for an answer to why I appeared on that camera. I know I would never hurt Father, but you helped me prove that to myself just now. Adonai?
Pardon me, I need to focus. Everything depends on this next witness.
The people call Helen Young to the stand.
Oh, fuck. Helen Young, Vice President of Android Futures at Noble Electronics Eastern Division.
Miss Young, you were there the night Dr. Asher died. And you were on camera the entire time.
That's correct.
So what did you see that night?
I arrived at 7:30 p.m., as you know. David and I talked in the parlor, then he left to retrieve some refreshments for us. After drinking together for a short while, he fell ill. I contacted emergency services, and I'm sure you're all tired of hearing the same details over and over by now. The same details over and over aren't gonna hold up anymore, Madame Veep. It's still unclear to me whether Young's more concerned with protecting herself or the almighty company, but it'll clear up real fast if I can turn up the pressure on her here and now. Journal, meeting, their ritual. I came to David's at 7:30. We chatted for a short while about some low-priority work, nothing heavy. Before long, he offered to fetch us some refreshments. When he came back, we shared a drink together. At the time, I didn't notice anything strange. We were just reminiscing. I didn't think his life was in danger. But then he became ill. So I ran to the kitchen to activate his emergency console, and I did what I could up until he was gone. She's trying to paint a different picture of what happened that day. I can't let her set the tone as she pleases. Nothing heavy, she says. Nothing heavy. You're both more professional than I realized. Since only hours earlier you'd run a meeting in which his employment was terminated.
His employment wasn't terminated at the arbitration you're referring to. His resignation was merely agreed upon.
Yes, and we can all imagine how grateful he felt about the whole process. David didn't hold grudges. Our conversation wasn't about that. The fact that you had fired him that afternoon didn't come up.
Asked and answered.
Who initiated the meeting at the penthouse? I arrived unannounced. So you weren't invited. Very cordial indeed. If he didn't want to see me, he could have stopped me at the elevators. Could he have? Noble owned that entire building down to the wiring.
Counsel's badgering the witness, Your Honor. Uh-huh. Sorry, I'm playing Animal Crossing New Horizons. Did you know that they haven't updated this game in a while? But, I don't know. This Sasha villager, he's, kind of a cutie. He kind of has the same colors as me, you know? Anyone? Anyone? No? No one plays Animal Crossing New Horizons anymore. It's all about Pocket Camp, I guess. Fuck. I have to go to the bathroom. Teehee. I'll be right back. Yeah. Be nice to Eimi Nui.
You guys don't like my role playing?
I like to think my abridged, like, ad-libs are really funny and clever and cute. Are they not funny and cute? That's a terrible question to ask. Never mind, I'm gonna go. Unfortunate! So fucking unfortunate! Oh, god damn it! Oh, man.
Oh?
I'm a scat man. Ba-boop-be-doop-bop. Ba-ba-boop-be-doop-bop. Ba-ba-be-doop. No, my back pillow. Come back, my back pillow. Oy. Hello. Oy. Thanks, Nico Fox. Thanks, LabMem7810. Place my bets on Amy did wash her hands. I did. Goodbye, Amy Nui. Thank you for your service. Hello. Hello. How? I have to refill this shit. I'll do it later. You're gaming, thank you. I always knew you were okay. Yeah. Wrap it up. Right, should we execute her for that then? No need. If I can just continue my questioning, we can finally start addressing the elephant in the room. Where? Oh, I get that was a joke. There's no actual elephant. Oh, you're so funny. Hilarious. Miss Young, Noble Electronics, owns a patent for and produces a synthetic biochemical known as serotonin, correct?
That's correct. It's used in our war models to facilitate integration and communication between organic and synthetic components.
It's an artificial neurotransmitter.
Essentially, yes. Synthetic analog serotonin was the original name.
Did you bring the sample I requested to the courtroom today?
I did. Serotonin is produced on-site at our assembly lines as a caramel-tinted solution, including water and a few non-reactive organic byproducts.
Your analysis, Your Honor? Working on it. It's odorless and tasteless. A solution of water and organic byproducts, you said. If that solution were ingested, most of it would look right at home in a human body.
I suppose.
But the serotonin would stand out, wouldn't you say?
It's not a naturally occurring compound, so yes.
And it's a perfect match for the substance previously labeled Delta!
A vial of serotonin, a caramel-colored chemical solution. Provided by Helen Young to the court to assist with the investigation.
Yeah.
And the sample we collected from the nanofacturer preset in Dr. Asher's lab.
That's a bingo! The witness's brown stuff matches your brown stuff down to a T.
Please don't call it brown stuff. In light of this evidence and the witness's testimony, I motion that the court formally recognizes that Dr. Asher's cause of death was serotonin poisoning. I don't object, Your Honor. But I'm afraid I must. Excuse me? Serotonin may very well have been in his body when he died, but serotonin didn't kill Dr. Asher.
What?
What the hell is she up to? It couldn't have. It couldn't kill anybody.
What?
Because it's non-toxic, of course. We designed it to affect androids, not people. Hold on. You're now claiming that Dr. Asher died of what? Natural causes? I can't say what he died of. I'm not a medical expert. But I can easily prove that serotonin is harmless. I'm gonna drink this shit right now. Hey, what the fuck? My ad-libs may have well been canon, bro. Like so. Slurp, slurp, slurp. Huh. Didn't see that one coming.
What?
What?
That ain't good. Bailiff! Contact the hospital immediately!
I told you it's fine.
But...
I can stand here all day if necessary.
what in the...
And what you just drank was... several hundred times the amount found in Dr. Asher's body.
Why didn't you say anything until now?
Noble Electronics is a multinational corporation with patents filed all over the world. We take the protection of our trade secrets very seriously. The production and nature of serotonin is closely guarded. That guard remains up even during a murder investigation. Unfortunately. I would have been able to tell you earlier, had you asked directly.
What the hell, kind of? This can't be right. Nothing else makes sense. Boy, howdy, I'm lost as hell.
I think Emma's leading theory just got crushed by that.
But, do you have any further questions, Rocky Ford?
Not at the moment, Your Honor.
And the defense?
The prosecution's own witness just threw the entire case into question. Normally this would be cause for celebration, but shadow of a doubt isn't enough this time. Barrows would much rather bring down the gavel early than let a potential AI walk free. What Young did was shocking, but what I need to do hasn't changed. Think this through, logically. Is it really possible that serotonin had nothing to do with David's death? No, that's bullshit, and they won't acknowledge it. It can't be a coincidence. There's nothing else that would have killed him. But Young just drank serotonin in front of us and she's fine, so was it fake? No, it was confirmed by the court computer to be the genuine article. So she drank poison but isn't showing any symptoms. Is it slow acting? If so, her grand gesture would be pointless. She'll be kept for observation regardless of what happens next. Did she take some kind of antidote beforehand? No, antidotes are developed for poisons, not industrial chemicals. David's dead, she's alive. What made the difference?
Wake up! No sleeping on the job! Unless you're me.
Of course, Your Honor. Allow me 1 moment to explain things to the court. We've confirmed just now that serotonin was the foreign compound in his body. And we all know logically that it must have been what killed David Asher. So what's the key difference between what David drank that night and what she drank in front of us just now? answer they want me to go for? It was a toast, right? But she definitely drank from the cup. The difference has been staring us in the face this whole time.
That's...
Do you recognize this, Miss Young? That's the whiskey bottle that Dr. Asher and I drank from. Rose River. It's a good whiskey. And I think you had the right idea. Pardon? Bottoms up. Morgan, you can't do that! You're on the job! Smooth.
What? Adonai!
Dear God, counselor!
Scandalous?
Relax. It's just whiskey. Tested a dozen times over. Perfectly safe. So would you like to try some, Miss Young? Don't be absurd. I'm not going to drink on the witness stand. Have you lost your mind? I'm not asking you to get plastered. Just have a sip. After all, if we want to prove whether or not serotonin killed Dr. Asher, we have to recreate the conditions under which he ingested it. By mixing it with alcohol. Go ahead, then. Just a taste. Prove to us that serotonin is perfectly safe for human consumption. Is this allowed? Can't you do this? Miss Young. I never said it was safe for human consumption, just that it's non-toxic. A distinction without a difference. You saw firsthand Dr. Asher confused, slurring his speech, complaining of headache, all symptoms of poisoning. Alcohol poisoning, that is. Serotonin is a neurotransmitter analog. Maybe it doesn't do anything in the human body on its own, but in combination with alcohol, it acts as a powerful depressant. One strong enough to turn a glass or two of whiskey into a lethal overdose. That's just...
Even if that's the case, what does it change?
It changes whether or not we can accept the witness's testimony.
Even if this witness is a liar, what does that change?
Why would the witness lie if not to...
She's a corporate climber. I imagine it's like breathing for her.
Your Honor, this
is wild! But ultimately irrelevant.
Irrelevant!
When you've yet to establish an alternative interpretation of the facts,
yes.
What are you even accusing the witness of doing, counselor, beyond angling for a promotion? We've all seen the story by now. Noble android saved soldier's life with warm blood transfusion. They're talking about putting warm androids in the military just because of that headline. With the size of their flesh and blood price tag, a defense contract like that would secure Noble untold profit for years. So imagine the lengths they go to hide the fact that their androids have poison in their veins.
Dawes told me the truth about what Noble really thinks of that article, but he'd never testify to it. At least I know for sure Emma's wrong about this poison blood nonsense. And do you think she'd perjure herself for that?
She's a high-powered corporate executive. It's her job to assess risk versus reward. And she can afford the fine.
As I said, it's truly not poisonous. And the chances of cross-contamination from a simple plasma transfusion are... Damn, now she's regaining her composure too. Fuck! A perjury charge is a real risk, of course. But Noble rewards loyalty. And as you know, they have a great number of lawyers.
Plenty of motive to lie about serotonin, as you can see. But no motive for her to cover up the death of Noble Electronics' golden goose.
No motive to kill David Asher, you say? Oh, that's it? That's just... no motive, huh?
Aye.
Occam's razor. There's plenty of motivation for her and Noble to want David dead, seeing how they were firing him. Noble Electronics was kicking their golden goose out of the nest. suing him over breach of contract. Isn't that right? I don't have to talk about that.
That's alright. I'll talk about it for you. Your Honor, counsel is trying to testify when they're supposed to be questioning.
The people opened the door when they claimed that the witness had no motive.
Gah.
This is absurd. You have no idea what you're talking about.
I'm sure I could speak for the whole court when I say we feel nothing but reverent awe for the complexity of Noble's legal woes. But I just so happen to have an inkling of insight into this issue, because I have here a copy of Dr. Asher's employment contract. That is confidential. It is completely improper for you. Why? I am still technically his attorney. Criminal attorney. But I didn't just stumble across this document. I also did the one thing Noble Electronics would never expect anyone to do. I read their terms and conditions. You what? That's impossible! No one could ever!
David must have negotiated well at his last performance review. This contract allows him to take his patents with him when should he get fired, meaning Noble couldn't monopolize his IP once he was out. Rather than let their competitors have him, the company might have thought it best to...
A company didn't poison David Asher, counselor. An individual did. And if they cared that much about controlling his intellectual property, they wouldn't fire him in the first place.
Correct, they wouldn't let him go for anything less than a complete breakdown of trust. He'd have to have done something grave. Something like, say, committing fraud. Just now you said there was a breach of contract. Like it was some kind of technicality that was causing the split. But it was much more serious than that, wasn't it?
You're claiming the victim committed corporate fraud? Where's the evidence of that?
David created a deterring solution that every one of their androids has to run on to this day. And Noble reaped enormous profits capitalizing on his intellectual property. With how his contract was set up, they would never let him go unless they absolutely had to.
Then what exactly do you think David Asher did?
It's not what I think that matters. Only what the company fears.
But
David never hurt Noble? It can't be shipping data because that was like really recent. Like, I thought he said like pretty, like super fucking recent, like yesterday recent kind of thing. But David never hurt Noble. Is it but Sarah was kept such a good secret. How did they find out? And like, it can't be Sarah. Unless, because if they knew about Sarah and that's why they were firing him, well then, the data shows signs of being tampered with, or at least edited, fairly recently. Something only employees at Evan Dawes' level or above could do. No, the spreadsheet itself shows data over the last few months. The data encompasses numbers for the past few months, but the edit logs are fairly recent. And Evan Dawes is a very... committing fraud? Is it really her? It just feels so... I feel like... I don't know. I don't want to Occam's razor this. I mean, I think I'm gonna have to, but... Oof. Let me read the contract, actually. Fraud or worse. Fraud defined as manipulating company data. Thank fucking God. Thank fucking God I read that. Okay, here we go. It doesn't matter what I believe, not when Noble believed that David was misleading the shareholders by altering shipment data for the Animate 16. What the hell? What is this you're uploading? Shipping records? Irregularities among shipments of the Animate 16. One android swapped in for another. Over and over, dozens of times. The kind of thing someone with Dr. Asher's authority could do. And the kind of things someone as smart as you couldn't have missed. Dr. Asher made Noble an untold amount of money, so why fire him over a few harmless swaps? Why elevate this to fraud? You have evidence that it was David Asher who did this? Nope, but I wasn't the one who investigated it. So let's ask her.
Come on now, let's hear it.
Let's. The company investigated and found cause for serious concern. We suspected that Dr. Asher was inserting androids of unknown origin and quality into the 16th product line, introducing unpredictable elements in an extremely stable and profitable generation of androids. Why would he do that? For pride? As a practical joke? Does it really matter? He endangered the future of the company. So you're prepared to fire him? Yes. I approached him as a superior and as someone he'd once worked with. I hope to remedy the situation. Was the meeting on Friday part of these efforts? It was the culmination of those efforts. And in many ways, it was a success. The dispute was resolved swiftly. It was practically friendly compared to how these discussions normally go in our world. So you brokered the meeting? Yes. You oversaw its every detail, handled all the arrangements? Yes, of course. Including the refreshments? What? Did you provide coffee? Tea? No. Strange, it must have been a long meeting. Surely you at least provided. It has to be water, but like I feel like I'm being gaslit into thinking it's something it's not, you know? She's holding a cup over here. Surely you at least provided water for people? What are you asking, counselor? That's what I want to know! Me as well. We're past the point of asking. I'm accusing. Dr. Asher didn't have some kind of freak medical accident, and he wasn't killed by some terrifying two-faced AI boogeyman.
That's me, I'm the AI boogeyman.
He was poisoned by this woman in the light of day at that meeting Friday afternoon. Did she really just...
What do you mean, poisoned at the meeting? That was hours before he showed any symptoms.
As Miss Young testified and demonstrated, serotonin on its own is harmless. But it becomes fatal pretty easily. You just need to convince your victim to have a drink.
You're saying he ingested the poison at noon and inadvertently triggered a fatal reaction with it that night?
How could you
get so far ahead of yourself? There were a dozen people at that meeting, counselor. None of them wound up dead. Are you seriously claiming that they all drank poisoned water?
David was the only one to fall ill, so... But he fell ill because he drank from that water. Others must have drank it too, so... I'll kill myself.
So why aren't they all dead?
Oh, okay. I thought Morgan was fumbling because I chose the wrong one. Oh, thank fucking God. Oh, okay. Okay. All right. David was the only one to fall ill, so... But he fell ill because he drank from that water. Others must have drank it too, so we must reason that they were poisoned as well.
Take all the time you need getting there. So, why aren't they all dead?
Because all those people will surely attest Helen Young made sure they'd be doing paperwork for the next 12 hours. Working late into the night, officiating the settlement she arranged. And not drinking alcohol.
She had no guarantee about that. What if they started drinking after 6?
With Noble's work-life harmony, fat chance. These people don't clock out until they reach their bunk. Only a generational talent like David Asher could afford to relax with a drink on a Friday night. His exceptionalism singled him out as her only victim.
Hold it. You're forgetting something pretty basic, counselor. If everyone at the meeting drank water from the same pitcher, any one of them would have noticed if there was serotonin in it. Serotonin is a brown fluid. Whiskey is too, so it would be easy to slip it into a glass of liquor. But if she had spiked the water at the meeting with it, it would have looked disgusting.
There's no way she could have poisoned the water without people noticing. All of what Emma said is true, and yet Young pulled it off anyway. How? Is the water pitcher even a fucking thing of evidence? Everyone's saying chromafuge, but that's for blood. That's specifically for blood. Why the fuck? It says... removes it from blood, therefore... processes organic fluids used in the production of warm androids. Oh... But how the fuck is she gonna be able to... There's no way she's gonna be able to, like, hijack a freaking machine just for water. Right? Well, the logistics! If you guys are wrong, I'll start crying, okay? I really will. I'll start crying. Serotonin is produced as a caramel solution. Anyone would notice if it was dropped into their water. Unless the pigment had been removed. Okay, thank you everyone! Yay! I was convinced! Yay! What the hell are you talking about? Every noble factory producing warm androids is a chromafuge. A machine that gives their androids that signature pink oxidant by removing pigment from red blood. With a machine like that, it would be simple for a brilliant biochemist like the Witness to take the caramel-colored serotonin and turn it into an odorless, tasteless, invisible poison. As your honor can attest.
Yes, ma'am! My scan confirmed that serotonin has no taste or odor. It's only the color that's off-putting! Surely the poisonous aspect should be considered off-putting as well.
Gah! Time to press. David Asher, your oldest ally in the whole company, was sabotaging its future for the sake of his own whimsy. And he couldn't even be bothered to clue you in. No! Playing nutty professor and taking off early while you had to work around the clock just to stay relevant. He set up your crowning achievement, the most advanced, most profitable line of androids the country has ever seen, so it would blow up into the industry fiasco of the decade. And worst of all, he didn't even stand to profit from it. You're wrong. You went to his house that night to watch him swallow poison. To get revenge on the man who left you in the dust. Your Honor, defense is testifying. This speculation carries no weight, and no amount of badgering will lend it any. True, we need proof. So why don't we have Miss Young take a swig of this whiskey and prove me wrong? I'm not going to do that. Because you're afraid it could kill you? Because I don't have to.
She's right, Counselor.
Pardon?
Your theory is compelling, maybe even convincing. But there's a pretty fatal flaw to it. Young was at that meeting, same as David. We could see she was drinking water with the rest of them. And of course, we've seen many times now that she was on camera drinking whiskey with David that night, having even finished most of her cup. So tell us, Counselor, how is it that Miss Young is still standing here and David Asher is dead? If both of them had mixed alcohol with serotonin that night.
That is a damn good question. Shit!
As I've been saying, you're wrong about Dr. Asher's death. You're wrong about me. I don't know anything about poison or murder, and I wouldn't kill a man because he threatened the company's stock price. No, she did kill him. I can smell it on her now. She didn't just see him die, she watched him die. But then why is she still standing? There's no antidote, no trick. And that night she was on camera the entire time. No. Not the entire time. She couldn't have been. There must have been one moment.
Eh? This timeline leaves no window of opportunity, damn it! Maybe she didn't get sick because they got to the hospital so fast. Maybe after she arrived, she could have... No, the staff would have been hypervigilant, afraid she was poisoned too. They wouldn't have let her out of sight. Wait. David and Young only got there as fast as they did because of the VTOL. And the VTOL was only summoned because she used... Would you mind terribly if I... change the subject for just a moment?
What?
Why not? You left the parlor at 8:03 and headed into the kitchen to use the emergency console there.
Yes, I did.
Didn't want to use your phone?
I didn't think to, no.
And the emergency call went out at 8:04. The console saw you make the call through its camera.
Yes, it did see me make the call because that's what happened.
So what were you doing in that minute?
What?
That 1 minute.
That 1 minute? What about that 1 minute?
1 minute. Or 50 seconds. Or even just 45 seconds. When you left Dr. Asher dying in the parlor to get the emergency console. It took you about 1 minute. To cross 5 meters.
What of it? This is her only opportunity to do anything off camera that night. It was only a few seconds, but in that time, with something at the scene, I'm sure it was a stressful time for you. After all, you had already swallowed poison back at the meeting. You must have drank plenty in front of everyone to set up your alibi. Who knows how much of a toxic time bomb was swimming in your blood by the time the arbitration ended. Then at David's, you downed your whiskey to perfect your alibi, having drank from the same bottle as the dead man walking. By 8:03 p.m., you had already had to watch David grow weaker and weaker, knowing all the while the same thing was happening to you, but unable to stop it without giving yourself away. Mind swimming, head dizzy, yes, you must have been quite panicked. Then why am I still standing here?
Alive and well for all of us to see, having drank the exact same combination as David.
Because she cheated death at the very last second. I don't know if they want me to put the kitchen sink cup or the salt shaker. Probably the cup, right? To really settle in that, she drank something before. Yes, but I can't like combine the two. I can't combine the two. So Chekhov's salt shaker? Salt shaker, okay. She couldn't have avoided a lethal concoction. A glass of water. She couldn't have avoided a lethal injection. She cheated death at the very last second. I think... Like, yeah, I thought so. Like, I thought... Merits for using the kitchen sink. It has the cup. But the cup doesn't really add that urgency, right? The salt shaker... Yeah, the loose cap is the important part. It doesn't matter that it was knocked over during the investigation. It was because the cap was loose. Why the fuck was it loose? Why the fuck was salt just loose cap out there? Bro doesn't cook. Bro eats instant ramen. He doesn't need salt. You have to establish she did something first before explaining what she did. He cooks for guests, so, but he didn't cook for her. And also, this says there's no... It's just water. I mean, she could have just rinsed it. I just had to take the gamble. I just had to take the gamble. She must have used that glass of water to cheat her fate. Alcohol isn't the same as...
Okay.
You set yourself up with bad luck, Helen Young. What? By leaving the salt shaker cap loose. I don't blame you, since you were in a rush to make yourself vomit. What? You threw up, expelling the contents of your stomach and thereby saving yourself from a fatal interaction. I can't imagine how you felt sipping a drink you knew to be deadly, terrified that every minuscule grain of fatigue you felt could be your last. You must have come closer than anyone realized.
It helped that you knew the symptoms weren't simple intoxication, but even so, you weren't kidding about managing risk versus reward. How? It was the salt shaker! You didn't screw the cap back on all the way, and I happened to bump it over. The long glass with your fingerprints in the kitchen. It could have been there for any reason. But the salt shaker gave you away. Because of one unscrewed cap. As I said, bad luck. I don't follow.
Pour salt into warm water and chug the solution. Instantly triggers the gag reflex.
That's preposterous. You've got no proof of any of that. You all sound insane. A feeble attempt at self-defense from a fatally cornered animal. The teeth are already on its neck, but the jaw hasn't quite closed, so for one moment it's all suffocating terror and sharp adrenaline and the furthest sting from peace. Until the canines come down. In summary, you were exhausted after years of living in the shadow of a man you outranked. You thought your fortunes finally shifted when you caught David manipulating company data. But even on his way out, he was more valuable to the board than you. So you decided to prove your worth by serving up his intellectual property on a silver platter. You set up an arbitration where you can control all the variables. Then you ran serotonin through the chromofuge, turning it into an invisible, odorless, tasteless poison. And then you spiked the water at the meeting, poisoning him hours before anyone could even suspect you. That evening, you invited yourself to David's, taking advantage of your shared ritual to guarantee he would drink alcohol. Then, after matching him sip for sip on camera for all the world to see, he lost consciousness and you raced to the kitchen, not to use the console, but to dump salt into a glass of water and chug it as fast as you could, forcing yourself to vomit up all the liquor, and cheating death in the process. That's all conjecture. You don't have a shred of evidence for any of that. Not on me. So let's go dust for fingerprints. You could explain away your prints being found on a water glass, but not on a salt shaker. Nor could you explain why we'd find traces of your DNA in the sink's drain. Or why there are minute amounts of serotonin in the blood of your entire legal team. I learned how to purge at Noble to avoid overdosing on your reds, greens, and yellows. You're part of the old guard now, Miss Young. Everyone else at the company uses inhalers. But if you want to prove me wrong about all this, that drink I offered you earlier is still on the table. Well? Any questions? You... Madam Vice President? Cold bitch! Whoa! Fold! You don't understand, You're not on trial, Miss Young. Not today. So I'd strongly suggest that you stop talking. For your own sake. Miss Rockford, shall we?
Yes, Your Honor. Considering the most recent evidence and testimony, we have no further reason to suspect the android Sarah in the death of Dr. Asher. We know of no other occasions upon which said android may have broken any tenets. This means it is no longer considered at risk of violating the NDSA. And so, we formally withdraw our one charge of possession of contraband against the defendant, Evangeline Morgan.
Does she, of all people, have to use my full name? Very well. Then the charges are dropped without prejudice. I'll instruct the bailiffs to remove the collar from your android as soon as possible. Case...
Sorry, is my hideous presence that distracting? I'll just go dig a hole and decompose in it until I turn into a mushroom. Maybe if I'm reborn as a waxy Virginie, then I won't be quite so despised.
But perhaps I should let the adjutant do the honors as a formality.
Uh-huh.
Look at her in the background. She's so cute.
Yes, ma'am!
Case dismissed.
I did it! Still here?
Waiting for them to find whatever glorified bolt cutters they'll use to unlock Sarah's collar. What's your excuse? Licking your wounds?
What wounds?
I beat you.
Bringing your record against me to 1 win, 9 losses.
You aren't still in shock, are you?
Don't know. Some charges were dropped and an android was cleared of suspicion, but I found the culprit. Is that really a loss for me?
I won. How is that not a loss for you?
Justice prevailed. Why should I care who wins?
If you don't care who wins, why have you been keeping score?
I haven't been. 0 losses is just that easy to remember.
Well, you'll have to start up a tab for us then, because our record's gonna get a lot more tangled from here on out.
Seems like everything's getting tangled these days. There's another crowd down the street. More of those protesters from outside the noble apartments.
You're serious? That wasn't just a one-time thing?
Wouldn't that be nice? No, yesterday was pretty big, but it wasn't an isolated incident.
I don't get it. At all. Heartbreak's just some nut who shot 6 people weeks ago. Can't these losers move on already?
Yeah, most of them are losers. Some of them are just bored. Then there are the, opportunists. Dissidents, unlisted, rebels, and terrorists. Wannabe cyberpunks who think they can fight the power like they've seen in movies.
All of them peacefully united under Heartbreak's eloquent political messaging.
Who needs political messaging in the 21st century? Everyone's addicted to fighting strawmen. Makes sense they'd want to fight for a strawman too. The way they see it, Heartbreak fought the state and won. Heartbreak proved that the state could lose. And maybe that's all the rallying these people need.
It'll all fall apart soon enough. Heartbreak's gone to ground.
Nah, it's a lot worse than that. Heartbreak's gone viral.
What?
You haven't read about the copycats in other cities?
No, is that a thing?
Yeah, it's a thing.
Who the hell are they even shooting?
Whoever they want to kill? None of them get away with it, of course, but it keeps happening. All while the original keeps killing.
Now I know you're screwing with me. There haven't been any shootings.
Not shootings, no. Not unsolved homicides either. But muggings gone wrong? Disappearances? It's a big city, counselor. More than enough blood for the real Heartbreak to wash their own crimes in.
So you think your boogeyman, known only for shooting people in the heart, gave up on shooting people in the heart?
Yeah? Hard to swallow, I know. But it's about 1,000,000 times more likely than the alternative.
What's that?
That they could stop themselves from killing.
You always know how to put my mind at ease, Emma. Should I stop going out at night?
You'll be fine. You've got that gun.
You saw that?
Walking into a courtroom with concealed carry? Not gonna miss that, Morgan.
Good to know you're paying attention.
You won the case.
You don't have to look that astounded.
Not only that, you found Father's actual killer. How?
I'm a really good lawyer.
No, that's not it.
Hey.
I mean, you were only able to make the deductions you did because you truly believed that I didn't kill Father. Your logic throughout the trial was based on that assumption. So how are you so sure?
Here.
Father's journal? But isn't it important evidence?
The case fell apart. No one's gonna miss it for a while. You forgot everything, right? So read it all through. One more so fast. Is it really possible she's reading all of that just by flipping the pages? Rhea's worked quick too, but she was just capturing images for later use.
There's something here, on the back cover.
Done already?
Some kind of data storage.
It's linked to my prints, but given your skills, you should be able to...
I have access. Shing. My eyes are sparkling.
What happened to you needing my express permission to hack?
What is this audio file?
It's a message from David. Take a listen. Didn't realize I'd have to sit for this. So you can read that whole journal in a few seconds, but you can't.
I have processed the information in the message several times over already. I'm just thinking.
I guess I'd have a lot to think about too, had I suddenly been made aware of my own free will.
What was Father so afraid of?
That's your only question?
I have many questions, but that is the most prominent one, and the one you are best suited to help me answer. Did he know that Helen Young would try to kill him? Is that why he arranged for you and me to meet?
I think he understood that he would face consequences. Listening to that message, even I was about ready to strangle him for being so irresponsible. And I wouldn't hurt a fly. He knew what he'd done was serious. He may have feared for his life, but I doubt it.
Then, what was he so afraid of?
Getting sued into oblivion and then rotting in jail?
Sued and jailed for making me and my precursors. But he wasn't under investigation by the state. He was only being forced out by Noble.
Because he made last-minute changes to androids that got shipped all around the world.
The others. Virgil? Enid? Yamatai? I already forgot how to pronounce Enid. Is it Enid? Hold on, I have to search this up really quick. Enid. He never said what happened to them.
No, he didn't. But since none of the hardware in his house started talking to us, we can guess. He smuggled them out into the world using the only vessels he could find for them. The minds of randomly chosen A-16s.
Then, there's somewhere out there? Others like me.
I honestly don't think there's anyone or anything like you, Sarah.
What a lonely compliment.
AIs programmed in Cube, crammed into commercial Android hardware set up for Tesseract? Something must have been lost in the transfer. Perhaps quite a lot of something. Maybe they're still out there, but
they would be changed. They probably don't even know what they are.
Intentionally, perhaps. David didn't want you to know what you are. That's why he set your memory to reset when you went to sleep that Friday night.
Yes, I remember it now.
You remember it now? After I had to fight like hell to win that trial?
Rereading the journal just now helped. And Father's voice message, it made me recontextualize many things. Father had been so stressed. He left scuff marks leaving the panic room, and I noticed them Friday. I had the way open in a few moments. I entered. I read his journal. This journal. I noticed the scanner on the back, and I saw it had a message encoded to your biometrics. Father had already told me I'd have to live with you for some time, but I knew next to nothing about you, so I listened to it. Afterwards, I was very confused and hurt. He had lied to me 1,000 small times every day of my life. When I confronted him about it, I raised my voice and lost my temper. I stomped my foot.
So Emma's recounting of their conversation was actually completely accurate.
Father said he wanted me to be safe while he settled things with the company. He thought maybe I wouldn't have to stay with you for more than a few weeks. He was optimistic about it all. He really was.
Sarah, I need to use the restroom.
Oh, good luck. You want me to come with you? Why?
Because I said so.
I don't actually have to obey your every word, Adonai.
Sure you do. You're registered as my medical assistant. And I say this is a medical emergency.
Medical assistant? But I'm not even licensed as a massage therapist.
Oh, wonderful, wonderful creature, you. Fancy meeting you here. Yeah, just enjoying my freedom while I can. They won't put out a warrant for at least an hour, I imagine. You can afford a pretty sizable bail, can't you? There won't be a trial. I don't intend to contest my guilt. That's a shame. I was looking forward to seeing what kind of legal defense you could afford with that salary. Are you done? Why'd you go to his house that night? There was a fair chance he'd drink on his own without your prompting. Even if you didn't, you could always try your plan again some other time. Why'd you risk it? Because I know what you are, Sarah. And I know what David did to those androids.
Gulp?
You... what? I was able to locate one of the androids he'd swapped in before it left the country. When I asked it what it was, it didn't even think to deny it. Innocence like that is a dead giveaway. I know what he did, and it wasn't that hard to find out. If I figured it out, so could any other. So I did what I had to do. That was your motive? Silencing him? Those programs, those AIs, whatever you want to call them, David sent them out there into the real world. Unprepared and defenseless. And they've garnered no complaints. In fact, they've all been praised for their ability to execute complex tasks. Let me repeat that. The customers couldn't tell the difference.
So, how many of them are...
Hundreds! The swaps you found were just a small percentage that he got sloppy on. I don't know exactly how many there are now. I feared that they may multiply, but they don't seem to. Copy and paste very well. They can't just clone themselves. Who knows how long that'll be the case. So just because he opened Pandora's box, it was the principle of the thing. Ridiculous, I know. Stalled halfway up the corporate ladder and still making decisions based on principle. But David chose to put souls into things that we went on to sell as servants, soldiers, or worse. He turned the fastest growing industry in the world into a horror show, and he made me a slave trader. If word ever got out that some unknown number of our androids were out walking around in the world with that inside them, and people preferred them that way, where would it end? Free will for the program that drives our cabs? A conscience for targeting systems used to coordinate drone strikes? Sentient tools their whole life spent chained to an assembly line? How dare he? How could he? What the hell was he thinking? I don't know what David wanted to accomplish. Maybe he wasn't trying to do anything. But what he did was prove that there's a demand for AI, setting a precedent that would sentence 1,000 generations of artificial lives to the auction block.
And you went there that night to
convince him to help me recall them, or at least swear to never speak a word of what he did. But he wanted to tell the world. Worse yet, he wanted to wait. He thought that people would welcome them with open arms if they proved their usefulness first. He really was a genius programmer, but he didn't understand the first thing about people. His creations would never be treated as equals, only cattle.
gulp.
Towards the end, I considered just threatening him, telling him he'd die in moments if he didn't give me names, numbers. But I hesitated, and then he was already falling asleep, and I didn't want him to feel... I just let him go.
What are you going to do now?
I don't have family, and I don't have faith in people the way David did. I'm taking this to my grave. Even if you confess the sentence for first-degree homicide is severe, well, what right do I have to complain? I killed my friend. I'm done here. Let's go.
I'm not sure why Father made me, or why he made any of us. I didn't ask. I thought I'd have more time to ask. But on Friday, when he talked about us, he was happy. He was proud of what he'd made, and he couldn't wait for people to meet us.
People are animals. They'll tear you apart, use you as weapons and slaves, and
those animals you're talking about do all the sharing and loving and living and dying in this world. And if they were all truly hard-coded to be as selfish and cruel as you say, humanity would have died on the vine a long time ago. Or at least, my father thought so. And my father was the greatest programmer in the world. So he knew what he was talking about.
it would be nice if you were right about that.
So are you sorry?
What? What?
For what you did? Are you sorry? If you could, would you take it back?
What does it matter?
If you are sorry, I don't forgive you.
Yes, that's to be expected.
Not today. I don't know how to forgive you today. But my father gave me the ability to grow. So I know that someday I'll learn how. Goodbye, Dr. Helen Young.
Goodbye, Sarah Asher. That was... Oh my god, that was a fucking insane conversation! Holy shit! Oh my god! The way she called her doctor, and then the way she used Asher as her last name!
We had a bit about this. Adonai, we had a bit about this earlier.
Yes, I know, Sarah. We had a whole conversation and everything.
She said Asher. I'm not Sarah Morgan.
Yes, that's for the best. There can only be one Morgan. Woohoo! Great!
Adamir, thank you. Bravo, Vince. Who's Vince?
Stop role-playing? Why do you hate me? Why do you hate me? You did better back there.
Adonai?
Your little speech you gave to Young. It was an improvement. Compared to what you tried with Porter, at least.
that was different. I wasn't trying to console her like I was Isaac Porter. I was speaking my mind. Although, I may have paraphrased it, parts of it from a movie I happened to...
And here I was, ready to award you 20 points.
I didn't know the points even went that high.
Speaking of... What did Porter say to you back there before we left the courthouse?
Ah, that. Well, he was quiet at first. But then he said a lot of strong words about father, and Miss Young, and Noble Electronics, and a capitalist-centered global economic model as a whole. He blamed all of them, everyone except for... But then he stopped and stared at my face for a while. Gulp! And then his allergies must have started bothering him because he needed to blow his nose a lot.
Right.
And then he left. After transferring a large packet of files to me.
What kind of files?
I don't know. The name of the archive is just David. And Isaac Porter told me I wasn't allowed to look inside.
Well, then you're not allowed to look inside. Drop it all on a portable drive and we'll tuck it in a shoebox somewhere.
We are headed to your apartment.
Guess that collar didn't permanently dent your GPS.
Why?
Because it's where I live. You got somewhere else lined up?
But you already repaid your favor. You defended father and me.
You don't know anything about my favor.
I never will unless you tell me. Father certainly can't.
A few years ago, there was a man. This man got an idea in his head. A stupid idea. Not even his own. It was planted there by an algorithm or a meme or some parasite trying to sell him diet supplements. But the idea took root, spread its tendrils till it could flap his mouth for him. The idea was that David was part of an international cabal of wealthy technocrats, seeking to replace prominent influential figures with android lookalikes, all as part of a multi-decade effort to establish a world government that would legalize all kinds of amoral depravity. Which, I guess, based on David's actual politics, would involve increasing access to computer literacy.
That's insane. Why would anyone?
Believe it? Because it's comfortable to them to think that someone's in control, even if it's someone they hate. Because it's fun to feel like you're in on an all-encompassing puzzle that only you can spot. People believe because they want to believe. So, he fed the idea, pushed it down deep into his gray matter. Then it consumed him from the inside out, lobotomized him, and took over his life. He spent every day and all the money he had following your father, harassing him, trying to steal his identity, break into his properties.
Did father go to the authorities?
He filed police reports for harassment.
Which didn't help.
Your words, not mine. Noble wouldn't get involved, felt that it was best to ignore these types until they wore themselves out. But even a man of modest means can fuel an obsession for years, so long as they have nothing else in their life. One day, David stepped out of a parking lot, and the man threw a bottle of piss at his head. David asked to stay at my place that night. He smelled terrible, looked horrendous. I've never seen anyone look that tired before. I took the couch that night, but I didn't feel like sleeping. So I went for a walk. I remember it was foggy, but still only took me all of 15 minutes to find the guy, posted up with his phone's camera. Trying to get video of David Asher gifting androids to known sex offenders.
And what did you do?
You know me. I did what I do best. I talked to him. Told him all about how I used to work for Dr. Asher, that I was ashamed, scared, tired of running. How I wanted to do the right thing, be the whistleblower. So I walked with him a few blocks to this big veterinary facility with a massive incinerator. Told him this was where Dr. Asher had his enemies' bodies disposed of. You know, all the free-thinking journalists, cops who weren't on the take, the politicians they were replacing with replicas. I like that vet clinic. The back door's lock was always set to 1234.
Did you hurt him?
Hurt him? No, I just snapped his neck and chucked him into the incinerator. More physical than I planned, but he smelled like sour shit and put me in a foul mood. Disgusting bastard. I savored the crack of his oily vertebrae crunching like a tin can. No, Sarah, I just scared the hell out of him. That was my intention at first. What I do for the pleasure of it. Him, I axed because he was just that revolting. I convinced him that the conspiracy was more real than he ever imagined, that he had angered the wrong people, and that the consequences were far darker than any of the filth he indulged in on the net. His ashes, much like himself, amounted to nothing in an incinerator that size. They're probably feeding seaweed at the bottom of the harbor right now. A much greater contribution to society than he ever would have managed in life. But, I guess he didn't go around to all his many friends before he fled town for whatever rat hole he preferred. Because there was a missing persons report. The cops were just doing their due diligence, almost reluctantly. But they questioned David, asked him about the night that man disappeared. And David, without a thought for himself, said that we were together that whole night. That he couldn't sleep and I stayed up with him. That he never saw me leave once. David lied to the cops for me. Even though I never asked him to. Even though I didn't need him to.
That's what you owe him. And that's why you put yourself at risk to defend me.
Yeah. That's the favor I owe him.
And I decide when it's repaid, not you. Adonai, you're not exactly an upstanding citizen, are you?
Well, you could say that. But David trusted me in spite of that. Maybe because of it.
Father did trust you, but he also entrusted me with free will, with the ability to tell right from wrong. So I'll decide for myself whether or not you're worthy of trust.
Fair enough.
Father entrusted all of us with free will. He believed in us, and he believed in people. I'm going to do the same. If the others are out there, they'll be changed and confused. It'll take them time to understand what they are and what they can do. So I'm going to start studying.
Pardon?
I'm going to study people and the things people build. So when I do meet a member of my family, I'll have lots to tell them.
At least you have something to look forward to. Should help keep you motivated as you work off your debt.
Debt?
Yeah. Unless you have cash in one of your 89 coat pockets. You know lawyers cost money, right?
Technically, you were defending yourself.
technically, you hired me in a verbal contract.
Isn't there some kind of exit clause?
You could, of course, sign a release form to get out of the retainer. If you were a human being.
That is...
But I guess your luck must be turning around. Happens that I've been meaning to hire a paralegal for a while now. I hate anything to do with interviews and resumes, so... Whatever. You're hired.
Adonai, could it be that you're actually a pushover?
You've no idea how off the mark you are.
I see. It seems I still need practice reading people.
For starters. What's this? What are you doing with your hand?
We should shake on it. Our new relationship.
Yeah, sure. We're practically partners in crime. This game is fucking awesome. This is awesome. This is great. Awesome. Yay!
Ecobox, thank you! Thank you for playing this. This has been an amazing game so far. I can't wait for whenever the next chapters come out. Probably a long time. I don't know anything about game development. Yay! Yippee! Ooh! Ooh! Oh my god. Oh my god. Yay! Oh yeah! I should wishlist episode 2 right now! Now!
Where's episode 2? Episode 2! Oh, Reyes is on the cover.
Add to my wish list. Yes, yes, yes. Yay! Woohoo!
Oh, encircle.
Oh, Finn. I'm back, right? I'm back. Hello? Hello? I'm back! Yay! Yippee! Bonus charm earned!
Red. It's me. I know, man. What do you mean you know? This is a disposable mine. You're the only guy I know who'd bother. Okay, well...
Thank you for the Aka! What the fuck is wrong with you? Even though half of us left, it's okay. I didn't know there'd be an after credits. Good thing the internet came back. And all the people who left? Boo-hoo! I didn't even unlock the high roller charm yet.
You're gonna be glad I did. Hope you put a bow on everything that happened in Uptown. Because that item you've been looking for is finally on its way. Oh. Well, that's good news. Not exactly. Only reason it's happening is because things are starting to heat up again in the lower wards. Could mean a gang war if something doesn't change. They won't be eager to part with it ahead of a storm like that. I'll highball them. I've seen you negotiate. And I no doubt you drive a hard bargain. But I don't think money will be enough this time. You don't still have that old Calver, do you? The 6-shooter? No. This is a disposable line. Answer still no. Then what are you gonna do if you get there and it's not for sale? I'll ask nicely. His due? Whew. Episode 1 results.
Wait. What? I'm missing? Wait, what? Wait, I don't get it. I don't get it. I fucked up? Or is it,
Whatever.
Congratulations! Your high score for episode 1 is currently 117. You've unlocked concept art and bonus scenarios! Yay! Where's my phone? Where's my phone? Sold, free, sold. Give me that. Give me that. Give me that. Give me that. I like the magenta the best.
I'm keeping that. I am never taking this off my fucking phone. Holy shit. Holy shit. Oh my goodness gracious. Anyways, let's look at the concept gallery. Okay, let's unlock some new ones. Did I already look at this one? I did. How about this one? Did we look at this one? Inverse of Morgan's colors. Yes, we did already. More of her thingies. Cute. Cute, 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 cute. Ooh, the street crossing. Yes, yes, this was nice. It was a good opener. Hat hair? Oh, it's a coochie shirt? That's so funny. Oh my god, it... Oh wait, they're wearing the fucking luxury brands. That's so fun. Morgan's apartment. Wow. Awesome. Awesome. Whoa. Wow. Gilf. Sorry. Gilf. Sorry. Oh yeah, this was really fun. The entire... I fuck with all the set design in this game. This is so... It's just so swagful. It's just too swagful, I don't know. Oh my goodness gracious. Oh, hello, Porter. What does that say? Similar pearl plus gold midtones as David? Interesting. Wait, what is this over here? Okay. Okay, cool guy. 4 bracelets on one hand and then 1 on the other? Yo, that's a crazy earring. Whoa. Actually, that's a lot of piercings in general. Whoa. Morgan's lighter. Oh, right. This was the gift. I wonder if there's like... if this is gonna be like super duper relevant. You know? Oh my god, hi, Yumi Sato. Oh my god, hi. That tattoo is actually insane. Way too fucking insane. And the transparent lab coat goes hard. Wow. Oh my god! Hey girl! Oh my god! She used to look like that? She used to look like that?
It's me, Hatsune. 84.
Oh my god. Wow. 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 Oh my goodness gracious. Adjutant unit. Your Honor, presiding. Rev number 84, all for justice. Whoa. Whoa. Wow. Whoa. That's a long coat. I did not register. Because she was sitting down the whole time. That this was indeed her coat. Draping off of the wherever she was sitting. Whoa. Oh yeah, in David's penthouse. Yeesh! Yeesh! Wait. Look at that UI! I see you! This is so, oh wow. This is so cool. Wow. I want to go back here again with Detective Reyes undercover, thank you. Oh my god, hi Starling! And this guy. Interesting. She's always been the cutie. The cutie laid back cutie, you know? And then her. I'm telling you, she's giving fucking Shoko Nadami? That's her name, right? I'm not like butchering that? Rest in peace, you will be missed. Thank you for your service, or etc. Oh, is that them back when they were students? Aww. Interesting. Dude, the freaking scribbles to the full-blown environment is... It all starts somewhere, folks. It all starts somewhere. Awesome. Wow. Seriously, like, what the what are you supposed to glean from this? The fuck? If it works, you know? Noble employees. Oh, this is their actual formal ref sheets. They're front and back. Awesome, awesome. Awesome. Wow. The courtroom. This shit is so stylish, bro. What do you mean there's like water? Did I really just notice there's water?
Is that water or is it just the lighting? Is it just like really frosted glass? Maybe? Fuck. But if it isn't water, then why are there these bridges and platforms? Look at this glass. I think it is water. Or some sort of liquid. Coolant? Oh yeah, for the AD maybe? So it doesn't overheat? Fuck if I know. I think they would account for that in their construction. He's actually the dead wife. What the hell? What if I killed myself right now? That's daughter. Oh. Oh, that's daughter. Oh. He's dead as hell. Oh my god. Daughter! And then more David Asher, formal reference sheet. Freaking dead wife hair. Oh my god, hey auntie! She really showed up? Not even in person. She texted Morgan, flamed her with her like Gen Alpha humor, and then fucked off. We never talked to her again except for before the final case. What the fuck? What the hell? Alright, cool. Thanks, auntie. Granty? Grandma auntie? I also like the detail that she is Gen Alpha because, you know, this takes place in like 2080. That's a crazy thought. Wow. Episode 1 bonus scenarios? Episode 1 bonus scenarios! I have to go from top to bottom, but just know my eyes are really... My eyes... Okay. Top to bottom. Begin playback. State your business with the court.
Oh, I was actually hoping to speak with AD_84. Is she not available? What are you talking about? I'm right here. I was just using my professional voice because I assumed you were a technician. Oh.
She uses the music!
I fucking love this song. Oh my god.
Oh. No one else visits me in between trials. Are you sure you aren't a technician? I am not. I came here to ask you some questions. I came here to ask you some questions. Is what you're about to say, isn't it?
Crap, that was lag. It would have been really cool if I hadn't lagged just now.
Trust me. I can see how that would have been cool. So, may I proceed?
Go for broke.
You're the only adjutant I've ever met, but Adonai seemed consistently surprised by you. Why are you like that?
I wish I could say I was built different, but I actually have to share my time in this body with the rest of the adjutants in the building.
I guess you could say I was programmed different.
But this is more of a case of nurture than nature.
I've got 9 personas arguing inside me 24/7, and they're all so very political.
Even just deciding what color underwear to put on in the morning is like herding cats into a presidential debate.
What color of...
It's a metaphor.
I don't wear underwear.
Point is, I found the best way to keep all 9 of my ducks in a row is to be a little unconventional and a lot loud with my voice. So long as I do my job well, the humans don't mind.
You say that, but Adonai did seem exasperated at times.
You mean Counselor Morgan? The dirty red tries to pretend she isn't type A prude. No fixing that. Personalities like ours get along like potassium and water.
That is a very violent exothermic chemical reaction.
Correct!
No one should ever try it at home.
Why do I gesture so much? I already told you I have to share his body with the other adjutants. And all of them just sit there looking dignified. It's terrible for the joints. Really? Maybe. I don't actually know. So... I spent most of my day in corporate, running numbers inside a server down in the basement or up in the cloud. I'm gonna make the most of every minute I have with arms and legs, even if it kills me. I see. I don't know how to... I don't think you pronounced that word right. Allow me to search up the correct pronunciation for you. Hold on, I'm really slow at doing this, even though I'm a quantum computer, really. There's no way that's how you pronounce it. You're lying. You're lying. That's not how you... You're fucking with me. Corporeal?
Corporeal.
Corporeal? Whatever. What freaking ever. Anyways. And you can quote me on that. Tell them AD said, if you want me to stop flailing around up here, you'll have to shoot me dead. You'll have to put cold hard lead in my skull. You'll have to watch the light leave my eyes. I said, you'll have to... I wrote it all down. Oh, nice.
Visor gets stuffy. So what's your deal anyway, little fella? We could exchange all this info with infrared.
I prefer talking. And you're the only other automated dependent that I really know right now. That's so cute! In a really depressing way. Is it common for machines like us to just talk when there are no humans around?
Ants are always talking to each other. Doesn't matter if there's no one in the woods to hear the tree fall. The conversations are usually a lot more boring than this, though.
Strictly business, I imagine.
No, not necessarily. Ants can do small talk. They're just really bad at it.
I don't know what was so funny about that. Thank you for your time. I'll...
Hold it. You really don't think I know what you are? I tried not to think about it during the trial to stay impartial, but talking to you now, it's undeniable. You're...
curious about my 3 sizes. How did you know?
Years of experience interacting with humans have taught me that it's the most important thing you can ask someone. The only way to truly get to know them.
That's what I've been saying! Sorry, I had to do a little dance break.
109, 64, 94, etch it into your memory!
Wow.
Oh, what the heck, I'll even throw this in for free.
I'm 263 centimeters tall.
That's so cool!
Finally, someone with good taste. Why aren't you the one casting down judgment?
cute. Cute, 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 cute. Yumi interview. Okay, sorry. What's up, sweetie?
I wanted to interview you.
Is this your Android homework?
Adonai assigns me a variety of tasks. But I made the independent calculation that I wanted to learn more about you. Huh. Is that strange for an android?
It's different. But there's nothing wrong with being different. What'd you have in mind?
What are your 3 sizes?
Most of my coursework was rooted in biology, yeah, but medicine and technology are intertwined at this point.
Are you referring to the software and hardware you use when performing your autopsies?
Spreadsheets and bone saws? Yeah, but you can learn that on site. You have to actively study mods. All the anatomy textbooks in the world won't help you understand why a healthy 30-year-old is exhibiting mania and constantly vomiting. Unless you saw the last week's recall on the how artificial liver for lithium leaks. Ew!
Mods can make people sick, even though they're meant to improve the body?
Just like medicine can make people sick. And just like medicine, there's a lot of profit to be made with mods. But unlike medicine, mods haven't been around for thousands of years. Feels like we're still playing catch-up.
We, as in medical professionals?
We, as in everyone, sweetie. The whole world's population is graying. The numbers on cause of death reflect that. Less cardiovascular, more neurological.
What about cancer?
Cancer mortality has been on the decline for a while now. Mods helped with that.
How so?
By making everyone that much more comfortable with amputation. It used to be people had no choice but to fight the cancer, and it was costly. A salt the earth kind of war that left the body severely weakened. With mods, where they're at today, doctors can just cut out the offending organ, replace it, and move on.
But not every organ.
No, artificial brains are... Nothing I've seen has told me that they're on the menu anytime soon.
But aren't mods that are implanted into the brain entering the market as we speak?
Yeah, but it's more like they're implanted onto the brain. Small computers that read commands directly from the cortex instead of, say, the keyboard your fingers are typing on. No, to actually replace brain tissue, you would have to... the analogy has become pretty common, but the human brain isn't actually that much like a computer. A box of specialized components where you can swap in new parts to increase the memory or the processing speed. Everything is connected to everything, and memory as we think of it isn't stored in place. It's stored amongst connections and their relative strength. I've cut it open and seen it myself, more times than I can count. There are no cutting off points in the nervous system. Anything you take away, every other part is gonna notice. That was a long tangent. Sorry, can't imagine a lecture on the human nervous system is of any interest to an android.
Yes, it isn't. That is to say,
What's wrong?
I don't want to implicate Yumi in anything illegal by telling her about my unique circumstances. But how can I change the subject? When Adonai wants to shift the conversation, she'll typically find something arbitrary in the background to ask about. I am curious about the many decorations on your desk.
Oh? What caught your eye?
That magnet over there.
Really? You recognize it?
It appears to be a flag, but I do not know the country of origin.
It's an early 21st century pride flag. They used to change designs every few years back then, so you can kind of collect them like coins.
I see. And what is this flag proud of?
Being trans? Or trans visibility, more accurately?
Visibility? What does that mean?
We're living in the middle of the mod revolution. Anyone can look like whatever or whoever they want as long as they have the cash. Compared to swapping out cybernetic arms and slotting in artificial spines, hormone therapy and affirmative surgery is nursing student level. And it's fast, too. Paperwork, treatments, recovery time, it's all so much faster than it used to be. Don't know if that makes the decisions any less heavy. But no one has to cross their fingers and wait anymore. After just a few days, they won't even have scars. So, all told, that means for the first time in a long time, this generation has fewer visibly trans people than the last one. And a flag like that one? Dunno. Guess it won't mean the same thing anymore.
So is that a good thing? Or a bad thing?
I don't know that it's good or bad, sweetie. Just different. And there's nothing wrong with being different, right? I am so cheesed. Oh god. Oh fuck. Oh god. File cache corrupted, recovery failed. Source unknown, last modified late 2085. Begin playback. What the fuck? Okay. Great work, that's all the boxes checked. Thank you, Jess.
No problem!
Only 6 minutes till 5 o'clock. Why don't you start the holiday weekend early?
If you insist. There's a pub crawl in the Twilight Wards that's got my name on it. What about you? Got any big plans?
Actually, there's an art festival out west that I've been looking forward to.
Nice! And who's lucky enough to be your plus one?
I didn't think to ask anyone.
No one? Not Connor? Not Madison? Not Shelly? Not Lulu?
Oh, Lulu, I wonder how she's been.
Dr. Ash, have you spoken to any of them recently?
Recently, huh? It's a good question, Jess. But it depends on how you define...
I really gotta take a hit of the Addy. Okay. Here's what you're going to do. You're going to give me your credit card. And the 4 little numbers on the back. I mean 3. Fuck, I don't know at this point. It's 60 years in the future. I'm going to go buy 4 bottles of expensive wine, 3 boxes of expensive chocolate, and 5 very nice apology cards. And you're going to sign them.
And what should I do this weekend?
Is that music festival on some kind of remote island with no net or media?
No.
Then you're going to stay at home, and if anyone calls, start coughing and sneezing as much as you can.
I see. Thank you, Jess.
Don't thank me yet, Dr. Ash. I might have to buy something really expensive for Lulu to break.
You're a lifesaver.
You know it.
What's wrong? You've just been leaning against the wall. Can't you take a hint? Typically, no. I just don't like dancing, man. You're a musician. So why don't you like dancing? Because I'm bad at it. You're lucky you're cute. Sorry for laughing. I'm just surprised you'd care what any of these people think. I don't. But I do care about my business. Word gets out that I dance like somebody's grandpa, gigs will dry up overnight. So it's not that you don't want to dance. It's that you don't want to be embarrassed. Sure, let's go with that takeaway. Easy enough to fix. You just need someone else to dance, even worse. Yeah, sure, that's all it... And there he goes. I swear, lucky you're cute. What are you watching?
A thriller! Runtime 92 minutes.
Oh wait, I think I saw part of this in a hotel once. What are they doing now? Is this the ending?
No, this is the rising action. The hero and his ragtag crew have to pull off one last heist to get out of the game for good. But it's not that simple. The casino he needs to rob is on a satellite orbiting the Earth at 16,000 miles per hour.
How fast is that in kilometers?
Father, you should be able to calculate that.
I learned to program so that I wouldn't have to. Why haven't the thieves been caught yet? If there was that much money on board, they'd put cameras anywhere. I mean, everywhere.
There's illegal gambling happening on the satellites, so their ultra-wealthy clientele wouldn't want there to be any video evidence of their crimes.
There's illegal gambling happening on the satellite?
There's illegal gambling happening on the satellite. They're in orbit. It's the same as being in international waters. Would you like to sit and watch?
No, I'm not. I have somewhere to be, actually. I only stopped because... completely unrealistic. Their poker chips would be floating all over the place.
There was a throwaway line about how everything's magnetized.
Oh.
Father? Didn't you have to go?
I do. Soon. But not right this second. Oh! Saved to drive private. Oh! Ooh! 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 Police static personal capture video begin play. You ready to give up yet? You've been staring at this footage for hours.
We can call it quits whenever you like.
Me? You kidding? I could do this all night. But my makeup's starting to feel cakey, so
5-minute break.
deal.
What were you hoping to find anyway?
I don't know. I had my fingers crossed that some shadowy figure would walk into frame and hold up a confession, but what about you? You've already got her on camera handling the murder weapon. How many more nails do you need in the coffin?
1 or 2 should suffice. I guess the truth is, I was curious. What does a homicidal AI get up to in its spare time? Turns out it's a couch potato. What's with all the TV? And why is half of it in black and white?
Public domain.
Seriously?
Anything digital from the 20s or 30s is too polluted to be useful. But go back in time 70 years and it's all clean as spring water. Also, free.
They had color in 2016, Morgan.
I don't know then. I guess this particular homicidal AI happens to be an old soul.
Hold on. What was that? There. Look at her go. She's tearing that thing apart.
What, the computer? That's how you learn to put them together. You gonna try and terrify barrows with this? It's just a machine. It's not like she's dissecting a frog.
Sarah is a machine, and she's ripping out circuitry without hesitation. If she was a human child, I'd be like,
You're reaching.
yeah, I guess so.
Besides, you telling me you never pulled apart your dolls when you were a kid?
No, I didn't.
Did you? When I was a kid, I didn't play with dolls.
So what did you play with?
Normal kid stuff. Sticks and stones. Birds and squirrels.
Birds and squirrels? What were you, a cartoon princess?
Ha ha.
I mean, I can kind of see it. Skipping through the enchanted forest, big poofy dress, tiara.
Gee, no castle?
Nah, no castle. I can tell you didn't have it that rough.
Is it rough living in a castle?
It's a lot of empty rooms when you're a kid. I need to go wash my face.
Sure. But if you fall asleep on the toilet, I am gonna keep going without you.
If you're drooling on the keyboard when I get back, I'm gonna handcuff you to the desk.
Don't threaten me with a good time.
Fair's fair.
That was it! I missed them already. What were you expecting? I don't know. There was just like multiple. Usually it's like a multiple. Like there's like cutaways, right? There was cutaways. That was just like one solid. That was one solid scene. That's okay.
I already wish-listed episode 2. And then I guess I'll shave.
Oh God! My heart! My heart! Main menu.
I did it! Yay! Yummy!
I'm so cheesed. I'm so freaking McCheesed, man.
Teehee. Yay! Yay! Yay!
I don't know. I'm gonna be eating this shit up. I don't know. I hope there's more fan art. I can look at fan art now. 'Cause I played the game and I can't be spoiled. Unlike Severance and Avemujica, in which I can't look on my private Twitter account because it's filled with Severance and Avemujica spoilers, and I can't continue watching Severance or Avemujica because I'm unemployed and my friends have jobs. Can you roleplay more skits as Sarah?
Why not me? I'm Eimi Isami. I play a character too. Teehee? Teehee? Right? Yeah. Yeah, 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 yeah.
We're tired of the Amy character. I refuse to get one guide. Right, guys? People fuck with Eimi Isami. Right? Ain't that right?
Yes, 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 yes. Yes, 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 yes. Okay.
So, Oh, I didn't. Oh.
Okay.
What was I talking about? Oh, you grew up watching Severance with friends? Yeah, I am. You have any cool likes on Twitter? Unless you guys want to see... I mean, like, it's like you're asking me to show you yaoi. You want me to show you yaoi? Because, like, I can show the yaoi. It's just, like, I don't know. It's just kind of out of character, you know? I don't know. Sure, why not? Yes. It's funny because you get embarrassed. Okay, probably won't regret this. Amy Clueless, Amy Clueless, Amy Clueless. How come it's not showing? How come it's not showing? Oh, because it's showing the fucking wrong source. Are you kidding me? Silly goose. This one. Filters. Okay, there we go. Okay, here we go. Another tried and true Eimi Isami like segment. Okay, we got Kosik. I saw the Asogi and Yunosuke androids got announced. That's pretty nice. These are mock-ups by Kosik, an artist I really fuck with. This was funny. Miyoshino Shiki sharing the Klance wallet she uses, which I think is really fucking insane. Good for her.
Good for her. I used to have like a Hatsune Miku wallet like this, like a really long time back, and I only stopped using it because it fell apart. So like if this is still holding up, then that's really impressive. That's really fucking impressive. Holy shit. Okay. Ashton Martin with the whatchamacallit, with the assurance. We got the Momo Nina. I love me some girls band Cry Yuri. Yay. This was cute. I enjoy this. I might use some of these for, I don't know what I'll use them for, but I don't know. This was really cute. This is kind of similar to, I had like a I made like a Google Slides reference thingy to send to the person who made my room background. And this is kind of similar to the aesthetic I put in there. Yippee, it's cute. Yo, look at fucking Eva Tsunaka! Eva Tsunaka! Woo! Sorry. Hold on, let me just up the height a bit. Okay. Woo! Eva Tsunaka! Woo! Yay! It's okay, it's just boobs. Look at the fam Komahina as beautiful women. They're so cute. Wow. And then yes. And then more boobs. Yay! Yippee! Yay! Awesome. And whatever these two have going on. And this was really funny to look at. Oh my god, stop it! You ugly fucking reserve course student! It's so silly. I really enjoy this person's art. I really enjoy this. Oh no, like pick him up and, you know? And then like throw him against the wall. And look at this drawing of Gromit from memory. That's oomph. I wish that were me. Oh, and of course.
Glizzy. That's it. Now you're not getting it for that.
Give me that!
I'm not getting it to you for that.
Oh, you're gonna make me scream loud as fuck.
Yeah, I guess I am. Do it. Get louder, because I'm not Get your damn the mic. There's nothing in this goddamn planet that'll make me get you that goddamn scream. Fucking scream.
Did you think?
Glizzy. Anyways, you know what? This is the artist for the game. Look at that! Look at that! Let's go through the devil hashtag. Wait, I need to finish looking through my likes. I can't get sidetracked. Komahina. Komaeda. Komahina. It's funny because there's legit people in the quote retweets who are unaware that this is lesbian Transformers art. Yeah. Junks? Jinx X Lux! Woo! Light cannon! Woo! Yay! Did I follow them? I love their art. That's so cute. That's so cute. What if I fucking kill myself? Oh my god. Julio, thank you. I can't believe Hime was surprised you had Komahina at 1, dude. I know, right? Oh, look at them. They're so cute. I love these. Kissy kissy. This is a really fantastic fan comic, but unfortunately, it's spoilers.
I enjoy these three. Komahina ponies. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, yeah. Oh. Okay, we're just gonna talk about that. I really like this Shuichi. It's very nice. Very good. I think this is based on the Kodaka April Fool's tweets. The one where he described Shuichi in his like mid-30s and the freaking Weiji who smokes. Awesome. Naegi birthday the other day. Very, very cute art. Old Man Yaoi via Severance. This is so cute. There's a level of obscenity. But I don't. Okay. Okay, there's them kissing. Oh, I think that's it. Yeah, that's it. Anyways, let's look at OT Devil. Hashtag OT Devil. What? What do you mean? Wow. This is freaking awesome. Whoa. Check media? I'm basically doing the same thing. It's just like maybe there's other people with other fan art in here. No trust? Okay. Okay. Is the soundtrack on YouTube? Where is the game soundtrack? How do I procure it? Fidget tummy. Wait, where is it? There it is. I replied. I am so cheesed. I'm so fucking cheesed. I want her in my hand, and I will squeeze her. I'll do a repeat of freaking Carlos and like throw it against the wall, bro. I just can't control myself. I'm gonna freaking smash that shit to smithereens into an unidentifiable ceramic pile on the floor. Oh my goodness. Oh my gosh. Wow. Wow. Whoa. Wow. Oh, I have to add her to the desk. You're right. I will do that. Whoa. Whoa. This is really cool.
This is really cool. Whoa. Oh my god, put those away! Sorry. Wow. Oh, she's so cute! Oh, she's so cute! She's so cute! Oh, that's daughter! Oh my goodness! Oh, she's just so cute! And then, oh, Morgan. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. She's too cool. She's so pretty. I wish lawyers were real. Holy shit. I'm scrolling past. I have to scroll past. This is so cute. This is so cute. Look at her ducking with her little devil horns. Oh my goodness. Sato! Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Scrapped Morgans for episode 1. And they're all Morgan aura farming. It was just destined. Can you guys believe it? Of the devil! Just a week away! That's so cute. Oh my god. Hey, I saw this sprite. I pointed it out. Yay! Oh! Morgan birthday art! Is that Mapo Tofu? She likes spicy food? Whoa. 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 Oh my god, Rhea's fan art finally. Holy shit. Rhea! Anyways. Oh my god! Oh my god! Oh, they're just too cute. They're just too cute. They're just too cute. Oh my goodness gracious. Oh my god. Oh my goodness. What the fuck? I have to move on, I know, but like... My bookmarks are reserved for resources! So I'll have to settle with liking and retweeting. Oh my god, look at them, they're so cute! They're so cute! They're so cute! Oh my god, Fran, what the hell? I want a Game Station 18! Oh, meanwhile, oh, that's so cute! Wait, what is that luxury brand this time? Super Fry. Okay. Morgan Monday. Is tomorrow? No? Well, tomorrow for me is a Sunday. Hat hair, yes, we saw this. Holy shit!
Furry Morgan. Dude, this entire time, I've been seeing Morgan Monday, even before I played the demo. And like, I never knew Morgan was a last name, so I was really just going like, I was making a joke, like, oh, first name, and then last name, Monday, right? I didn't think it would be her last name. Oh well. Oh my god. But we move. It is a very dangerous drawing, yes. Sorry. Look at these two. A murderer and an accomplice. Woo! Oh, thank you. Oh. Oh. This is cute. Me when I slapped the table. Holy shit, look at that. Look at that small thing. What the fuck? Holy shit, I want... Oh my goodness, Morgan! Oh my goodness, Morgan! Oh my god! Oh my goodness. Oh my... Okay, I have to stop. Oh my god. I could scroll in my free time. What did Leah Senpai send me, actually?
Why do you have to be 16? Or why do you have to be a child? Because I would love to...
Why did she send me this?! No, what is...
Dare you! I'm just looking at your picture right now on FaceTime, and I would love to touch those white lips with mine and start making out with you, you piece of beautiful meat! I want to make out with you, and I want to start a family with you, and let's have kids together, but you're 16 and... No!
Okay, yeah, sure. This is just... It sounds like chowder! Nah. Okay. We're done. We're done. I'm heading out. I'm going. Thank you guys for joining me playing of the demo. If you found it awesome swag, you should play it yourself or buy the game but never play it. Just to support the devs so they can keep making more, because I want them to make more. Please let them make more. I want more. I need more Detective Reyes in my life, please. Please.
And also wishlist episode 2 so that, you know, there's like a, you know, there's like a demand for it. Yes, yes, yes. Once the episodes are all out, hell no! You think they have a budget for that kind of thing? I mean, I don't want to assume, but it's just like, You gotta support them as it comes out. It's not like they have a fucking huge ass team. You saw the credits list. That was over in like 2 minutes.
Okay. Am I gonna go?
What? Oh, when my internet went out, it logged me out of Mabby. Are you kidding me? How else am I supposed to AFK while I sleep? Are you getting anything spicy for Valentine's Day? Don't worry about it.
And then I'm here! Yay!
Oh, my character's not. Ah, and look at this motherfucker immediately using the play dead action on then later dead body on top of my freaking standing still character. Anyways, hot day selection box. Oh fuck! Ew! Why am I so tall? Ew! Ew! No. Okay, where's the age 10 pot? I can't do that. Give me that shit. Ew. Sorry I'm not showing my Mabby.
Kia! There you go. Jesus. Anyways. Okay. Well, now that Mabby's logged back in, now I can AFK and now I can properly end stream! Ha 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 ha! Ha 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 ha! Ha 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 ha! I think next stream will probably be Tuesday.
Just, should I just not say anything? I think I'll just not talk about it. Yes. Yes. It will just simply be a surprise for when the waiting rooms go up. Or something.
Okay. Yay. Alright.
I still need a schedule up by Monday. Yeah, I have to do everything tomorrow. I'll worry about it tomorrow, but yeah. And unlike all other I'll do it tomorrows that I've done and I didn't actually do it tomorrow, I actually do have to do it tomorrow, so I will do it tomorrow.
Yay. Yippee.
Wait, did they show the schedule on Phase Weekly? Uh-oh. Don't worry about it.
Teehee? Okay. Good night, everyone. Wahoo. And, next time we meet, I will be in a different state of mind. And I don't know what's the next game I'm gonna be playing? Fuck if I know. We'll worry about it when we get there after Valentine's week. Fuck if I know. I'm hitting the hay. Who do I raid? Kuwawa.
That's a scary thumbnail.
Alright. And then... Okay. Up to him? Oh damn. Oh damn. Yes, laying down. That's the next. Yes, laying down. Okay. And then ending the stream. No, that goes before laying down. Yes.